illegal procedure penalty, so that will back Jackson State up 5. You can see the Tigers with the pink socks and the pink gloves. Of course, Breast Cancer Month is October. They are celebrating today in Jackson. So Shedeur Sanders going to throw this time again, and he completes the pass, and that's Malachi Weidman over there who hauled it in, but not much room there. It's going to be a short gain on the play by Weidman.
Yeah, you get some of that penalty back right away. I like the play call, right? And again, it's a low snap, but he doesn't get rattled, throws the ball right away, right on target.
He's a young man that's really coming on. Weidman had a touchdown pass a couple of weeks ago. They say he's getting better and better every week. So 3rd and 6 now. Tigers go to the run, and they're not going to get there. It's going to come up short. That was number 38, Santee Marshall, and man, he's a fantastic story in himself. We'll get to that a little later in the broadcast. But they're going to be a little short of that first down.
Yeah, he averages 4.8, and again, they brought the house in there in a little bit of a trap play inside. He's struggling to get outside, almost gets there, but just falls a little bit short. But they're going.
So 4th and 3, and the Tigers are going to go. Shedeur Sanders looks to his right. This time rolls back to his left. Fires high, and it's going to be an incompleted pass. Weidman was in the vicinity, so was the big tight end, Kylan Ritchie, but that will go down as an incomplete pass. And you see right away the Tigers plan to be just as aggressive with or without Coach Sanders on the sideline.
Yeah, no, they're going to keep his character. You like that. And look at Sanders going, but you like the fact that he's trying to look, but he almost probably would have done himself better just sprinting towards that end, and maybe he could have gotten that 3 yards. But you always love a quarterback that's looking downfield. Ultimately, when you're passing the ball, you're going to get more yards than you run.
So the Bethune Cookman defense comes away with a big stop after the Tigers took over in the Bethune side of the field. So the Wildcats defense, they made their mark on the first possession for Jackson State. So back on offense, Black still at quarterback, looking to throw on the slant pattern. He has a receiver with a lot of room to go right there. That's Darryl Powell. He came on the slant, and boy, he picked up a huge gain. That's another first down for the Wildcats.
Great play. They faked the inside run and then just a quick timing pattern, slant inside. And again, there was no one else inside.
So Black to throw again on first down, fires near the sideline, but this one will go down as an incomplete pass. He was trying to hit Powell again, but pass a little too low. That first pass to Powell was good for 26 yards on that little slant pattern. So the biggest play of the game so far for the Wildcats.
And again, the Wildcats, you think starting off the way they did offensively, with their defense getting the big stop there, now their offense just, everything's right as rain as far as they're concerned. They got good field position now. Now they got to go to march down the field.
2nd and 10 for Bethune Cookman. We talked about both teams coming in. Jackson State came in at 5-1, 3-0 in the SWAC. Bethune Cookman 0-7. And this time Black's looking deep down the sidelines, and it's an incompleted pass.
He just didn't have a good beat on that one right there.
Davino Ellington was the intended receiver down the sideline. Little contact, but no harm, no foul on the play.
Yeah, it's kind of where you want your receiver to run more along the numbers and give your quarterback a window of room towards that sideline to be able to put that ball. Because right there, he just had to throw it to the sidelines.
Kevrick Wiggins defending on the play. Kevrick Wiggins for the Tigers. So now we have a 3rd down, 10 yards to go for a first down for the Wildcats. Devin Black started at quarterback under pressure, lofts one over the middle, and it's going to be intercepted by the Tigers. He threw it over the middle, and it was picked off by Cameron Silman coming in to make a fine play. Silman Craig with the interception for the Jackson State Tigers.
Yeah, that's when Devin Black wants back. I mean, he's trying to make too much out of this. You can see it's a jump pass. He can see the pressures coming right in his face, and when he did that, he just couldn't put enough on it. And you had 2 defenders out there basically, on your tight end there, and it just wasn't a good decision, and it certainly wasn't good execution.
And you could see Cameron Silman Craig playing center field there, spotting the football, coming over and making the INT. The interesting thing about him is he was actually coached by Coach Prime in high school. So the relationship goes way back. So after the turnover, Shedeur Sanders and Jackson State goes back on offense. This time, first down. Sanders looking down the field, has a man, puts it right on the money, and it's a completed pass to Keith Corbin, who started out this game with a couple of nice catches.
You cannot defend that, period. When you have a perfect pass like that, again, it was good defense. He put that ball, dropped it right in the bucket, as you called it. I mean, look at that. That's perfect. Only your receiver can get you. Your defender's right there. Absolutely perfect play.
Jackson State, after the first down, they go to Marshall, and there's no room at all as you see the Wildcats coming up tough inside on defense.
Yeah, that's the way you want to play defense. The defensive line all right there. They had 3-4 players right there to meet them. Good reads, and they all stayed in their lanes. They didn't give him a chance to cut. There was no cutback lane.
So second down and about 9. He picked up, give him a yard on the play, but really good defense by the Wildcats there. We are still in the first quarter. Bethune Cookman taking on Jackson State in Jackson. Shedeur Sanders at quarterback for the Tigers. Hands again to Marshall, and once again, that front of the Wildcats from Bethune Cookman playing tough inside. Number 9, Tony Bowman, one of the Wildcats there on the stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, look, that offensive line got no surge there, and there's nowhere to go.
He just stacked it up. You're right. There was no room in the end on that play at all. So third down, 9 yards to go. Stopping right at the line of scrimmage again. Sanders with an empty backfield. Under pressure, the ball is loose, and there's a mad scramble for it. We'll see, and the Bethune Cookman say they have it, and they do. The Wildcats come away with the football as Sanders is hit from the blind side. The ball comes out, and the Wildcats are there to make the recovery. Number 12, it looked like it was Ontario Johnson. We'll have to check that.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. And look at, I mean, the dive. I thought for sure that Jackson State recovered it, but he must have had some strong arms pulling that thing in there.
So the pressure provided by Tony Bowman, number 9, he was the guy in the backfield that hit Sanders from behind. And then there's a scramble for the football, and we'll see who came up with it. But what a big break for Bethune Cookman, forcing a turnover early in this game.
Looked like Takevin Thomas.
Takevin Thomas. So now the Wildcats will go with another quarterback. Shannon Patrick is in at quarterback for Bethune. He tries the slant pattern. Last time they got 26 yards. This time it's an incompleted pass. So Patrick, you know, he started the year as the starter. He's a transfer from Arkansas Pine Bluff. You know, like a lot of these quarterbacks, he won a state championship in high school at Wellington High School. 6 touchdown passes on the year with 7 interceptions for Patrick. But coach also said he likes his leadership ability and the respect he gets from his teammates as they come out, and they'll have it 2nd and 10 with Shannon Patrick, who actually started quite a few games when he was at Arkansas Pine Bluff. So he comes in here with a lot of experience, and now he's going to get his shot. 2nd and 10. Turns, hands to Quayshawn Bird, who takes it straight up the middle, and that's a nice gain on the ground by the Wildcats.
Yeah, Bird's going to be a big key, right? So if you can get some successful yards, and I know everyone says this, but it's so true. If your running game can at least be consistent, you have to keep the linebackers in. They have to honor that run. It creates some gaps, and it creates, quite frankly, which I think is always the least amount of used part of the field, is that middle of the field. If you get the linebacker sucked in, you've got a nice little room there to be able to drop to your tight end or an inside slant.
Quayshawn Bird, 24 carries for 176 yards last week, but that time Bird on the carry and not a lot going on there as he's hit by Cameron Silman Craig again. What kind of a game is he having so far? He's been huge early in this ball game.
You said not a lot's going on. There was a ton of Jackson State going on because they were blitzing about 9 people. They were like, we're selling out and we're getting there, and they did. They got there.
So 4th down with about 2 yards to go, and we will see exactly what they decide to do. And we're going to see Bethune Cookman punt it away. That will bring on number 49, Ben Lennon, the Australian. He punted earlier in the ball game out of his own end zone, so I'm sure he likes this situation a lot better. And the kick is away. And it will be fair caught right at the 11-yard line. So that is where Jackson State will take over. So far it's been a battle of turnovers. No score in Jackson. We'll be right back.
All right, so we're at commercial break right now. What's up, y'all? Trying to stream the sound for y'all on the game. Yeah, this is SWAC Buzz. I do SWAC videos all the time, so you like this kind of content, like and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all pulling up with me today. Make sure y'all like the video so we can get more people in the stream. Make sure y'all like the video. Appreciate it, Miss Gowdy. Are y'all hearing me good? Is my audio good, Miss Gowdy? I know I started the stream kind of late, but yeah, I'm here. Okay, good, we good. Yeah, Jackson State offense kind of struggling a little bit. I'm gonna see what they're gonna do though. So I have the ticker going across the bottom, so I'm be updating the score as well. So appreciate y'all pulling up with me. I know there's a lot of people streaming the game today, so you know it is what it is. So yeah, I see they in all black. I'm gonna be honest with you. Kind of not feeling the new uniforms. I'm kind of not feeling these. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just doing a little bit too much. You know, like I wanted a black uniform, but I didn't want it. I didn't want like a white helmet with it. Like I don't know. I wanted a black helmet with the JSU block logo in blue and white. I think that would have been cleaner, and then an all black uniform with blue and white numbers. You know, but I mean they're not bad. You know, I've seen worse, but out of all the new uniforms they have, I think this is the one I least like the most. All right, so the game's back on. I'm gonna play the audio now.
The Wildcats in this one, and as you can see, Jackson State with the football again. Shador Sanders at quarterback. The young man who's 6'2", 215 from Canton, Texas. That's near Dallas. Went to Trinity Christian High School. Was a 4-star recruit. Left high school early to join Jackson State and his dad. Later his brother joined them, so first down. Shador scrambles to his right, throws near the sidelines, and is high, intended for Santee Marshall on the play.
Wildcats have some really good pressure on the defensive line. I mean, we talked a lot in the open about Jackson State's defensive line and penetration, but they're holding their own.
But we do have another flag down on the field, and we will see which way the officials go with this one. If it's against Jackson State, it'll be a half the distance to the goal type situation. So there's Y.N. Myers with the call, and it will back up Jackson State. Y.N. Myers, our referee for the day. So now it'll be 1st and 15 yards to go for Jackson State. You see Tigers 3-0 in the SWAC, 5-1 overall. Bethune Cookman 0-4 in SWAC play. And the give is to Marshall straight ahead. And again, Marshall with a short pickup for the Tigers. So you have to say early on that Bethune Cookman front is doing an excellent job.
Exactly, and again, it's about integrity, right? When you have defensive line integrity, that means you're stymieing the offensive line, and you create like there's no real gaps there. Everyone's covering their gap, and really, with that means you trust your teammates. When you get out of your gap, it means you tend to.
Second down and about 10 to go, and there you see the completed pass from Sanders to Malachi Weidman on the play. Good catch over there, but he's going to be about 4 yards shy of the first down. So we're going to have another third down coming up for Jackson.
Yeah, real quick to finish my thought, though, when you get out of your gaps, it means you don't trust your other teammate to handle their gap, and you start trying to do too much, and that's where big seams happen.
So the Tigers come up, and it's third down and 6 yards to go for a first down. Sanders from an empty backfield looking to pass. Pressure is coming again, and Shador Sanders goes down at about the 2-yard line. Big pressure coming from that front of the Bethune Cookman Wildcats. Number 44, Jamarcus Reeves, the 6'3", 265-pound senior from Miami.
Look at him coming off the edge. He was just relentless. He just kept going. Nice little move there, and he stayed with it. That's about the second or third time I've seen him create some havoc. Sometimes you don't get the sack, but you create a lot of havoc, and he certainly did that there.
So Bethune Cookman making a statement in this ball game early with their defensive play. The punt from in his own end zone. Bailey Rayborn, and it's going to be fielded around the 45-yard line, and maybe he picked up a yard, but that's going to be about it. But we do have another flag down on the play as the Tigers try to make the return. So we're going to see, well, we'll bring out Y.N. Myers again to tell us what happened here on the kick.
Number 85, 15-yard penalty.
The Tigers are guilty of a face mask, so you can tack on 15 more for Bethune Cookman.
Well, Coach Prime, he's watching this. He's hurting more than his foot right about now.
4:27 to go in the first quarter. No score.
All right, so we're at commercial break right now. I'll play the audio when we get back from commercial. And what I was afraid would happen is now happening. Like, Jackson State offense is getting off to a slow start. They're letting Bethune-Cookman get some belief that they can win this game. And it might be trouble, because Bethune-Cookman has a good chance to score on this next possession. So, yeah, Jackson State not looking good right now. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all like the stream so the stream can get out to more people. Make sure y'all like the stream. Also, subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time, so subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed yet. Appreciate y'all pulling up. But, yeah, Jackson State offense is struggling right now, and that's one of the things that I was scared was going to happen for them. They was going to get off to a rocky start. But the defense is holding strong, so hopefully the defense can hold them out of the end zone on this possession. But, yeah, it's looking kind of rough right now. Yeah, so we still on commercial break. I will play the audio once we come back from commercial. Yeah, Lawrence, very sloppy. It's crazy. I mean, I knew this was going to happen, though. I kind of had a feeling that they was going to come out sloppy, but hopefully they can get it together before Bethune-Cookman gets ahead of them. Because you don't want Bethune-Cookman scoring right now. I know Coach Prime is at home, like, mad. Probably kicking himself, man. Lawrence, where you watching the game from? You in L.A., right? Okay, the game is back on. I'm going to play the audio now.
Vargas giving you the action today, bringing you the action between Bethune-Cookman and Jackson State. No score in the first 4:27 left in the first quarter, and that is a bit of a surprise. Shannon Patrick returns for his second possession as quarterback. Of course, Devin Black started for the Wildcats. Now we have Shannon Patrick in the ball game.
They got to score some points on this drive right here. Great field position. You got to score.
Excellent field position. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They fake the run. Patrick's going upstairs, deep into the end zone. His pass is caught for a touchdown. A big catch by number 84, Davino Ellington. And just like that, after the big penalty on the punt, Shannon Patrick goes down the sidelines deep, and a nice catch in the end zone by Ellington for a touchdown for Bethune-Cookman.
I don't know what they knew they saw, but I tell you what, that play, he was throwing it there the whole time. A good pre-play read, excuse me. And look, right there, he knows exactly where he's going. He put it just on the inside. And the receiver did a great job because he was covered well. Did a great job right towards the end of bending back enough where the defender lost his angle.
Kevrick Wiggins on the coverage for the Tigers, but he just couldn't get there. That pass was right on the money, and it was a very good catch on the play, and it's a touchdown for the Wildcats. So that will bring on Dylan Mognahan out for the extra point. Good snap, good hole. It may have been touched. Someone may have tipped it inside, but either way, it's no good. So that will take us to the break with the Bethune Cookman Wildcats getting on the scoreboard first on a touchdown pass from Shannon Patrick to Allington.
Hard work.
All right, so we're on commercial break now. Bethune Cookman just scored. It's looking kind of rough right now. Yeah, they Jack State got to get it together, man. They need to start putting points on the board because they don't want this team to get life and believe that they can win. Prime about to need another foot surgery. Yeah, he is, because, man, Bethune Cookman came to play today, man. They're not playing around. They're trying to beat Jackson State. So Jackson State offense need to get it together because you can't depend on your defense to be out there the whole time and just holding Bethune Cookman off every time. They need to get something going. They need to get the running game going. They need to get Santi Marshall going, and then open up the pass so Shadur can start, doing his thing. But my prediction for the game was 42-7. So I'll take 42-6. They don't need to let Bethune Cookman score again. I'll tell you that. But if y'all new to the channel, my name is SWAC Buzz. I do SWAC videos all the time. I stream the games. I also do commentary, live calls. So I might do some live calls after the show today. So stick around for that. But make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel. I truly think JSU QB to do too much. Seems his reads get the ball out quick. I agree with that. He tries to do too much sometimes. He has free range to do whatever he wants in his offense. And so sometimes he just does too much thinking. He's young though, so we have to accept that he's gonna make mistakes and try to do too much, because he's the star of the team, so you just have to expect that. The game is back on, so let me play the audio. I'll be back at the next commercial break.
For 84 today, so we want to correct that right now. That was Dylan Lee on the touchdown grab.
Yeah, I think sometimes these teams, they play rock, paper, scissors before the game to see who gets what numbers sometimes. It can throw us for a loop for a little bit, but I think we did get that right. Great job, Butch.
So the Wildcats will kick it back off to the Tigers, and the Tigers will try to jumpstart their offense still in the first quarter in this ballgame. Kickoff fielded around the 8-yard line. And some room to go on the return. How about that? It's Rucker on the return, still on his feet. And finally the ball is on the ground. What a play right there by Trevante Rucker on the return for the Jackson State Tigers.
He made about, 4 or 5 people miss easily. Great run there. Good blocking. People staying with. There's 1, there's 2, 3. And there he goes, gets tripped up right at the end. That's probably a touchdown saving tackle right there. And you can see it coming right at you. Not a whole lot of room. He just made room. You love when your returner makes their own room there.
Trevante Rucker, the 6-foot, 170-pound freshman from Ocala, Florida. And we might ought to say Warren Newman, the big punt returner for the Tigers, will not play today. He leads the SWAC in punt returns. He's a big-time returner, so guys like Rucker are having to step up, and what a job he did right there.
Boy, that's a step up. Now let's see if this sparks and gives the Tigers some energy that they most desperately need.
So far on defense, it's been all Wildcats on this game. This time, Shadur Sanders goes upstairs again, and it just overshot Keith Corbin there, who may have had a step on the defender pass, just a little too tall there.
Yeah, he did. He had a little bit more than the step there, and that's one time actually he was just inaccurate with the football. Usually he can place him right up in there and just let him a little bit too deep.
Yeah, Corbin actually had a couple of steps there. Yeah. Number 26, Caleb Sutherland on the defense, but he was a little bit behind the intended receiver. So Jackson State now Looking at a 2nd and 10. 4 minutes and 1 second to go here in the first quarter. And they go to the run again. It's Marshall on the sweep to the right side, and Marshall is stacked up. Jamarcus Reeves, one of the Wildcats there for the stop. So is Ontario Johnson.
Jamarcus Reeves playing his tail off already this game. I mean, he has come out revved and ready to go. He is a force. That's probably the 3rd or 4th time an impact play was made by him already this game.
So big play. That's going to be a loss of 2 on the play. So you can see the communications there between Sanders and his offensive line. They would like to get something going with the run, but the priority right now is to convert on 3rd and 12. Sanders under pressure. That may be a fumble. We'll have to see what the officials say. He was hit and the ball came out. Number 50, Caleb Graham, got on that football in a hurry, and he did it alertly, and it's a good thing for Jackson State.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I squirmed when I saw him get hit. I thought he got hit behind that back of that leg, and those are dangerous right there. But he bowed back, but Sanders jumps right back up. So good for him, not being able to get hurt. But at first I thought, he may have gotten injured on a hit like that from that backside. He wasn't ready for it.
That was Jamarcus Reeves again, bringing the pressure in the backfield. He was the one who hit Sanders on the play, so Jackson State will punt it away, and they will kick the football back to the Wildcats. This time it's going to be, tries a little punch kick, but they cannot down it inside the 10. So Jackson State, the Wildcats will start 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line as that little punt was pooched in there. Of course, they were trying to down it inside the 10.
Pooch punch drive you nuts because you kind of say, okay, we're not going to go for it because we're going to pin you deep, and then you make the punt, and your net punt becomes not very good. You don't gain a whole lot of ground. You might as well have gone for it when that happens. So when you pooch punt, let me just say, a lot of conversation happens on that sidelines when that pooch punt is not successfully completed, whether it be the punter or the coverage team.
That was Lane McGregor, and the punt was only good for about 31 yards there as it goes out of the end zone. So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats, starting at their own 20-yard line. Shannon Patrick at quarterback turns, and he gives it straight ahead, and the Wildcats will pick up about 4. So, they're getting some tough yardage inside. Once again on the carry, Quayshawn Bird, who had a huge game last week. We touched on it a little while ago, but he's their main go-to guy.
Coach Terry Timms talked about playing 4 quarters of football, right? And he said, we got to make sure we keep our attention. Well, one thing for sure, when you go up against Jackson State Tigers, you look at the film, they've got your attention. So certainly this first quarter, the Wildcats have their attention now. Can they maintain this focus as they're moving forward? But they are certainly playing well right now.
Ended up with a 5-yard gain on the play. 2nd down and 5 to go for the Wildcats. Patrick looking to throw. Fires, has an open man. He has the 1st down and more. Still on his feet. A great job after the reception. Right there was number 87 for Bethune Cookman. That is Davino Ellington. So Ellington switched from 84 to 87. So that's where he went.
Look, I'm glad you get to keep up with it because I was lost.
So a great catch there and a 1st down for the Wildcats.
Again, this Wildcat offense looks solid. I mean, now besides that first drive, right, where they just everything came unraveled, and what was good is they collectively brought things back together. Shannon Patrick goes back in there, and it seemed to have calmed the offense.
So Patrick on 2nd and 10. Fires near the sidelines. He has his man. It's a short gain. Once again, that's Ellington who hauled in the catch. And that's going to set up a manageable 3rd down. As you see, Terry Sims on the sidelines there, and he's not happy about something, but I know he's happy with that scoreboard right now with his team out in front as the clock ticks down here in the first quarter. A big 3rd down and 5 yards to go for the Wildcats. Shannon Patrick did not start, but he's been in every possession since the 1st.
Tigers are coming.
Blitz is on. Patrick down near the sideline. Has a man, put it right in there. And that's the first catch of the day for Kamari Averett, the big 6'6", 260-pound tight end. And that's what Coach Terry Sims wanted to see.
Well, you see him on that sideline. Come on, let's go, let's go. And again, a beautiful pass right up in there. And you're right, Averett, you talked about him in the beginning of the game. He's a guy who can make some things happen. And there's nothing better than putting up one of your best offensive weapons and putting them up there and let him go get it.
Well, that will be the end of the first quarter. And Terry Sims and the Wildcats find themselves out in front with a 6-0 lead on the play. You know, he's happy about that. His Wildcats came out today on a mission, and so far they're doing pretty well. That Jackson State defense, #1 for a reason. We're going to pause, go to a break. 6-0, Bethune Cookman.
All right. The score is 6-0. We at commercial break right now. Man, I'm not liking what I'm seeing from the offense. They need to get it together, or this is going to be a long day for Jackson State. They need to get this game together because, I mean, how many weeks are they going to come out like this? They've been coming out like this, like, damn near every week, except the game where they put up 60 points. They've been coming out slow and sluggish every week. They need to get it together. Appreciate y'all pulling up to the live stream. Make sure y'all like, subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. Appreciate y'all pulling up. O-line getting Shadur killed. Yeah, that's right. I don't know what's going on. I feel like they look past Bethune-Cookman, in my opinion. I feel like they probably thought this was just going to be a cakewalk. You know, they 0-7. They can't win a game. You know, and people were telling me I was crazy because I said, you know, Bethune-Cookman might make this thing competitive. It was like, oh, no, ain't no way they're going to beat Jackson State. Telling you, when it comes to football, sometimes these teams, they look past a team. And it's not a thing that you can try not to do. It's like you do it subconsciously. Yeah, they got that number 20 beside their name. They ranked in the nation now. So that's when teams like this start messing up. When they get ranked and they start getting all the hoopla and the attention. See, that's what discipline come in there. You got to be disciplined. You got to be able to lock in and you know, not worry about all the noise that's on the outside. Did the string go off? Oh, shit. Oh. No, I got it off right now because of commercials. I thought you said they cut the stream off. I was like, say, what you talking about? No, when we come back from commercial break, I'll play the audio. Yeah, so when it's on commercial, I play the when it's on commercial, I mute it, and then, you know, I just talk during the commercials. But when we come back from commercial, I'll play the audio. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Shiloh, Warren, and Newman. I think Newman got it. Warren got in on a couple of plays. I don't know if there's some off the field stuff. You know, we don't hardly get any kind of updates on the players. That's one thing that I feel like the SWAC needs to do a better job at, is updating the fans on what players aren't playing and things like that, because we don't be doing nothing. But I guess this is expected, though. You can't expect, you know, more than that. This not the NFL. So, all right. So the game is back on. I'm gonna play the audio now, y'all.
And you see Bethune Cookman out in front, leading the 20th ranked Jackson State Tigers 6-0 as we get ready to start the second quarter. There you see Terry Sims. He comes in, as we said on the top, his team is 0-7 overall, and they are 0-4 in SWAC play. But, you know, as we said at the top, their play has been a lot better than that record. Yeah, they just had some major mistakes that caused quick turnovers and scores that didn't allow them to get back in the game. And so far, they've been able to keep that from happening. Shannon Patrick turns and gives it to Quayshawn Bird with a nice move in the backfield. What a juke. And he picks up another first down. A nice run by Quayshawn Bird. Yeah, they're doing something we haven't seen, really, creating some big gaps and holes in that Tiger defensive line. Look at it right here coming at you. And then nice move, shake and bakes, number 45, and gets another 6-7 yards on that. Harvey Miller Jr. kind of left him standing still. So first down for the Wildcats, and Bird is hit in the backfield and dropped. A great defensive play there by Keontae Hampton, the big 6'2", 220-pound senior. He read that play.
Yeah, that's one of those. He said, forget that. Right, you're not, and he went right through the gap. We're talking about gap integrity. Shot through there, grabbed that running back, did not let him even get going. And I like the sure tackle, right? A lot of times you see these younger players, and even in the NFL, you see them. They hit. They're not really ready to wrap up. They just hit because they want that highlight play, the blow-up play. That was a great tackle.
Shannon Patrick now on 2nd and 13 after the loss of 3. Fires, completes his pass, has Darryl Powell again, and a nice catch by Powell. And he's yanked down there. So good tackle right away, but the Bethune Cookman Wildcats are moving the football.
They got about, 8 on that player, 7. So that was a great completion and great throw. And you're right, Patrick's looking really good. Didn't get the start, but came in there in the 2nd series, and so far has done a really good job with the offense.
Well, Patrick is the transfer, as we mentioned before, from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Started several games at Arkansas Pine Bluff, did a good job, came in here this year, and for most of the year had been the starter. Now you see he and Black splitting time a little bit, but right now Patrick has the hot hand as they go to the strong side, moves it to the right side, pitches to Quayshawn Bird that way. Bird tries to turn the corner, but nothing but Tigers there to say hello. A big play by that Jackson State defense.
Yeah, Devontae Davis, one of those guys up there. And again, they had plenty of people. It was kind of hard to pick the numbers. Look, that whole defensive line just slants that left, and they are just stopping it right there.
92 is there, Justin Ragin. He's there, one of the Tigers there to hustle up on that play.
Keontae Hampton as well.
So that will set up, you mentioned the Keontae Hampton also in there. So the field goal attempt coming up from 31 yards for Bethune-Cookman. The kick is on its way, and it is good. Dylan Mognahan drilling the kick to add 3 more to the Bethune-Cookman lead. They tacked on 3 more, so it's now a 9-0 game. We're going to pause for a timeout with the Wildcats leading the Tigers.
All right, we had another commercial break. Yeah, I don't know if they're just getting other players other reps this game because of who they're playing. Maybe that's what it is. They're trying to see some other players, let some other players get some game action, but a lot of players are missing. Sophia said thought this would be a close game. Yeah. I was scared it was going to be a close game. I was hoping it was going to be a blowout, though. I don't know. Jack State offense needs to get it together. Appreciate y'all pulling up, though. Make sure y'all like the stream and also subscribe to the channel. If this is your first time here, I do SWAC videos all the time. So if you like SWAC content, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, so Bethune-Cookman is currently up 6-0. Bethune-Cookman changed quarterbacks, though. So Black threw 1 touchdown. Now they have Patrick in, and they're threatening to score. Jackson State hasn't scored yet. Their offense is kind of looking rough right now, so they're trying to get things together. I'll play the audio when we come back from commercial. So they're on commercial break right now. Like I said, appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure you like the channel and subscribe to the channel. Where y'all tuning in from? Let me know where y'all tuning in from.
Well, you know what? The Tigers are missing some of that swagger and some of that energy. We talked about it off the top. The only thing they would be missing, it wasn't going to be game plan and X's and O's, but it was going to be that energy, that undescribable Sanders mystique, that when he's around, you're going to get excited, and that's what they need right now. And they need to call on their quarterback and do just that, Shador. needs to bring some of that his own Sanders energy to the team right now.
If you weren't with us at the top, Deion Sanders, the head coach at Jackson State, is not coaching today. He had another foot surgery, a little cleanup situation, so he's out for this week. So instead, Gary Harrell, the interim head coach today, associate head coach to Deion Sanders, Gary Harrell handling the Tigers on the sidelines as you see the Wildcats kick it off. And so a short kick, it's going to be returned from about the 15. It's Rucker. He takes it up near the 30 to about the 29. Now that last drive, of course, for Bethune Cookman went 10 plays, 65 yards, and it culminated with that 32-yard field goal attempt right there by their kicker. And that put the score out to 9-0 Bethune Cookman.
Patrick's 5 of 6 on the day. That's solid, right? Not throwing a ton, but when he's throwing, he's effective. 83%. That is fantastic, and a touchdown on the day.
So Shedeur Sanders and the Tigers offense are set to go back on the attack again. Good field position, ball resting near the 29-yard line, and they go to Marshall, and Marshall picks up some tough yards inside. He's going to get about 3 yards on the carry.
Yeah, this is where the offensive line of Jackson State needs to step up, right? Create these holes, and then Marshall, you know he runs hard. They need to give him a little bit of room, and then he can start creating something, and that will open up that pass for Sanders.
2nd down and 5, a good run of 5 yards there. Marshall again picking his way. Now he's out into the open. Great move by Marshall, and he has the 1st down for the Tigers, and that's something they've been looking for to see if they could break him off the line of scrimmage.
Well, I tell you, watch this play, Butch. There's no hole at the beginning. There's none. Marquis slams that hole shut, but he moves just enough inside, creates that hole and gap right after that initial, it was closed, and gets a great run out of that.
Tigers on 1st and 10 now. Sanders going up top, and a great grab there. What a catch and throw. That's Josh Lanier hauling in that one, but what a nice catch that was.
Call that a snatch. He snatched that out of the air, didn't he? I mean, what a beautiful catch. Boom, just snatches it out there, reaches it at high point, both hands, nothing, not trying to get too fancy, but great catch there.
Josh Lanier, the transfer from Alabama, he was a walk-on there. And now we have a man down on the field, so we're going to pause for a timeout here in the booth with an injury. We'll be right back with the Wildcats out in front, 9-0 over the Tigers.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis.
All right, we're on commercial break now. I don't understand why they play these commercials so loud. Oh, my God. Shout out Jackson, Mississippi. Shout out Chicago. You know, Jackson, Mississippi, that's where I'm from. Appreciate y'all pulling up to the live stream. Make sure you like the channel, subscribe to the channel. Yeah. I know it's a few people streaming the game. You got like a few dummy channels streaming the game, so a lot of people might be over there watching those channels. Like, stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. It's like, there's stuff like that make me not even want to stream, because it's like these people just come out and just, I don't know. It's crazy. But anyway, I do this for y'all, man, so I'm going to keep streaming. The tempo helping them, yeah. Yeah, man, Jack State need to put some points on the board, man, if they want to score. I mean, if they want to get back into this game, because 9-0, I didn't see this coming, y'all. I'm totally shocked. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest with you. I did not expect Jackson State to come out like this and be down 9-0 to Bethune Cookman, the so-called worst team in the SWAC. This is crazy. But shout out to Chicago. Shout out to Jackson, Mississippi. I'll be back in Jackson November. Well, I'll be back in Jackson November 14th. I'll be back in Jackson November 14th. I'll be staying out there the whole week. Say, JSU will be fine. I think they will. Just gotta they just gotta lock in. Offense need to start moving the ball. But the game is back on, so I'm gonna play the audio. I'll be back, y'all.
Team Marshall and Jackson State is marching on. This has been their first sustained drive, really, of the day.
And they need it. I mean, they need something to happen. I mentioned a moment ago, you really got to look at your offensive line and say, okay, you guys got to control this line of scrimmage because Wildcats have been ruling the line right now.
So Shedeur Sanders turns and he hands to Marshall again, and this time the Wildcats stepped up strong inside.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they are just, you know, it's silly to say, but you just won't stay blocked, right? I mean, they're not staying blocked. The initial attack by the Tigers are good, but they are just shuffling, sliding their feet, and they just won't stay blocked.
Ontario Johnson, one of the guys in the backfield again, making a big play. So they go to the run again. This time it's Marshall around the outside, has some room, and Marshall with a nice gain for the Tigers.
Yeah, it looks to me like they're going to have more success around off tackle on the outside than they are interior. It's about the second or third time I recall already that on that outside, they're able to turn that edge, and they're able to run it up, get a few more yards. Don't expect to see them stay on the outside.
So this time they go to Marshall straight ahead again. And you see number 12, Ontario Johnson. Once again, he's at the bottom of that pile. And coach says, you know, he just couldn't talk enough about this young man. It's a transfer from East Mississippi Community College. He's their mainstay on defense. Came into this game with 62 tackles, 36 of which were solo tackles. So he's extremely active from his linebacking post. So 1st and 10 for the Tigers. Shedeur Sanders goes for the end zone, has a man wide open. That is Malachi Weidman, and that is a touchdown for the Tigers. JSU is on the board with that touchdown strike from Shedeur Sanders to Weidman.
Big answer at a big time for Tigers, right? I mean, they haven't played the way they want to play at this point, and they needed to get on the board, and Sanders delivers the big play. And again, look, again, a perfect strike.
Well, they did everything well there. They've had trouble protecting him earlier in this ball game, but there on this drive, you saw the protection was there, and he delivered that. A perfect strike in for the touchdown. So on for the extra point attempt is Glenn Misick. And his kick is up and it's good. And just like that, Jackson State has cut this lead down to 2. Jackson State Tigers on the move after the touchdown pass from Shedeur Sanders to Weidman. It's a 9-7 ball game.
All right, we had another commercial break. Jackson State finally got on the board. It's about time. Finally got on the board. I hope my audio is good, y'all. I don't want to turn up the gain on my interface too much. So I hope my audio is good. But anyway, Jackson State finally got on the board. 7-9. Can't believe they let Bethune Cookman get 9 points. Like my score prediction is completely gone now. All right, appreciate that, Martin. So yeah, their offense look much better now. What Lawrence say? Weidman been looking good the last few weeks. Yeah, he been looking real good. I'm surprised Shane. Like, it's pretty much like the wide receivers that we thought were gonna be balling out in the beginning of the season. They're not the ones doing it. It's Weidman and Corbin, and we thought Shane Hooks and Josh Lanier were gonna be the ones. But Josh Lanier caught a pass today, though. So, yeah, man. I mean, this shaping up to be a really good game, though. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all like the channel and subscribe to the channel and like the stream. The dazzling Urbanite puts the Tigers in the chat. All right, I see you. It's a lot of JSU fans in here representing. Appreciate y'all pulling up. So who else in the house? I know we got Chicago in the house. I know we got Jackson in the house. Who else in the house? Oh, we got Huntsville too. Lawrence from Huntsville. Every time I get to talking, they come back from commercial break. All right, so I'm about to play the audio now, y'all. Hold on.
1 yards, 3 minutes and 31 seconds for the touchdown. It ended with a Shedeur Sanders 28-yard TD pass to Malachi Weidman. And just like that, the J-State Tigers are right back in this ball game.
Yeah, and the kickoff team looks like that's giving them a lot of energy right there. We talked about they need to find a way for them to get some of that prime energy that they were looking for, and that touchdown certainly provides it, right?
Yeah, that drive was 2 minutes and 25 seconds, 7 plays, 71 yards, and they look very sharp on that drive.
Yeah. I think I'd give credit to that offensive line. I think they did exactly what they needed to do.
So this time a low kickoff. This time they're trying to keep the Wildcats from having a big return, and they finally got the ball picked up, and there was a little hole, but he couldn't quite make it to that crease. So they will start just shy of the 20-yard line. Let's go back to that touchdown and take another look again, as you're going to see Shedeur Sanders with the 28-yard TD strike to Malachi Weidman.
Yeah, great shot there. I mean, just look at just right in the basket. He's 6 and 9 on the day.
Hey, raise your cup for that touchdown if you're on the sideline.
Yeah.
So that was a big play, and you know this offense of Jackson State can put some points on the board, and they showed it right there on that possession. They are 4th in the SWAC when it comes to scoring, and that time the offense got rolling. So we will see if Bethune Cookman can pick up where they left off. Shannon Patrick still at quarterback here in the second quarter. Turns and he hands it inside, and man, that was blown up in the backfield. A big hit by the Tigers.
Party in the backfield is what that was. That was. I don't know what they call that stunt.
James Houston. Wow.
I don't know what they call the stunt, but that's party in the backfield. 4 guys in there almost all simultaneously. Look at that.
Man, Houston is so quick off of that edge. I mean, that's why he's such a great pass rusher. I know you mentioned on the top he had 11.5 tackles for loss, and that was a perfect example why he has so many. You know, make it 12.5.
Yeah, and Jamoni Crane, he's the one that big number 96 got out there too, and it was supposed to be trapping on him to move him. He didn't move at all, and that's what created that easy tackle right there.
So a loss of 3 on the play. Shannon Patrick's going to throw it this time, fires it deep, and there was a misread there, a miscommunication on that route because nobody was out there where he threw that football.
No.
But we were talking about Houston. Houston's a transfer from Florida. You know, and I mean, talking to Coach Prime a couple of weeks ago when he talked about him, talked about what a tremendous pass rusher he was. He said, you know, a guy, and I thought this was a perfect description. He said he plays with bad intentions.
And that's what you want. You want a guy that just wants, and again, whistle to whistle, a guy with bad intentions. That's what every coach is looking for and has a motor and just won't quit. This is a big play for Patrick right here. Third and 13. Let's see what they come up with.
So Patrick looking to throw it again. Had a nice pocket for a while, but then he overshot his receiver near the sideline. He was trying to connect with Darryl Powell, but once again, the Tigers brought some pressure his way, and he may have had to unload that ball a little quicker than he wanted to.
I'm not sure why, but they don't seem to look in the middle or have any patterns that go in the middle or cross the middle much. Except for those couple of slant plays they had earlier, everything else goes wide, and they have multiple receivers going wide. Well, to me, that middle looks open.
The last time, though, it was Black in at quarterback, and he floated it over the middle. It was picked off. So since that point, all the potential passes, I agree with
well,
you.
That was a jump pass, though.
It looks like they've been to the outside. So the punt coming up here from Lennon. Gets his kick away. Line drive type kick, and a fair catch called for Rucker, but he decided better on it. Got out of the way, which is the smart thing to do. When in doubt, let it hit, and he did. So the Tigers will go back on offense, trailing by 2 in this ball game.
Yeah, unless maybe he's understands the bounce of the ball better too, because it looked like he was going to catch it. And he's like, you know what? I think it's going to bounce backwards and gain about 6 yards. Right there.
You know why we have a chance before J-State gets on offense? Dennis Thurman has done an outstanding job all year long as the defensive coordinator for the Tigers. They have the #1 defense in the SWAC. And the last couple of possessions, we saw why.
Without question, again, they've done more different style of stunts. It's one thing to say we blitz, but they come at you a lot of different ways. And whatever he told them, they certainly got a lot more aggressive that last series.
So Shedeur Sanders comes out and hits Corbin right away, and he's going to be close to another first down. Might be just a little bit shy, but a good possession pass and a good opportunity to maybe move the sticks.
He got knocked into the water.
Number 20, Amari Hill Robinson was fighting in there. Sanders passes to the other side. What a move by Malachi Weidman. Still on his feet, finally yanked down at about the 24-yard line. But that was a big man play right there by Malachi Weidman.
That was an absolute big man play is what you call it. That is exciting. Watch this little, it's just a juke move. He just drops that defender on his feet, and he just can't catch up. Good tackle there to save the touchdown, though.
This time, Sanders rolling to his right. He decides to slide down. One more note on Weidman. He's a transfer from Tennessee, but he's a big receiver, 6'5", 190. And, you know, he wasn't really that much in the mix when the season started, but he's worked his way into it, and now he's one of Sanders' main targets.
You know what I like about the way Sanders plays? He's just looking for the open man. I think Coach Sanders talked about that. Coach Prime talked about that when we had a couple weeks ago. Conversation. His job is not to pick who his favorite receivers are. His job is to find the receiver that's open and get him the ball, and I think that's exactly what he does.
Pass to Weidman was good for 30. This time Sanders on second down goes for the end zone, and it's caught, but he's out of bounds. So what a nice catch right there by Josh Lanier, but he just ran out of real estate there, or the Tigers would have had another touchdown.
Yeah, Sanders just threw it too far to the left, basically. I mean, just didn't give him room to even try to put his feet back in. But good adjustment on the ball.
So it looks like someone may have switched the light on the Jackson State sidelines, because they have come to life here, and the Tigers with a huge down. 3rd and 11. Sanders fires wide open as his receiver, and he's going to be very close to the first down. They may mark it just shy of it. That's Corbin, Keith Corbin III, with a nice catch, but it's really going to depend on the spot.
Right. You mentioned they turned on that light switch. I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Prime is FaceTiming him on the sidelines to let them know what needs to happen. And I would really be surprised if he's not there in halftime on some type of video message in this day and age.
So they're accrediting Jackson State with the first down on the play. Corbin apparently got enough for the first down for J-State, and you can see Coach Harrell there fired up about that on the sidelines. I mean, he's got his team moving now.
I like the poise of the Tigers, right? They didn't start off the way they wanted, but they seem to have good poise, and they collected themselves, and are moving forward.
Yeah, they're trailing by 2, 9-7, Bethune Cookman out in front.
All right, they going back to another commercial. Yeah, Jackson State scored. It's 7-9 right now, and they're threatening to score again. ESPN with all these commercial breaks, man. They go to so many commercial breaks. All right, Sharice says, go JSU. I believe Coach Prime might have called him. Yeah, I have the ticker at the bottom of the screen. So if you look at the ticker at the bottom of the screen, I have it scrolling, the score scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Matter of fact, I need to put should do a touchdown on there. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all like the channel. Well, like the stream and then subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time, so you like this kind of content, make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all pulling up. But yeah, so Jackson State is still down by 2 points. It look like they about to score though. BCU came out. They came out firing today. Thank you for honoring all breast cancer survivors. Yeah, I actually like when teams, wear the pink for breast cancer. I think that's pretty dope. These uniforms though, what y'all think about the uniforms? Y'all let me know in the chat what y'all think about the uniforms. I want to see what people think about these uniforms. Yeah, we about to come back from a commercial break in a minute, and I'll play the audio. Uniform or not, what's up? All right, the game back on. I'm going to talk about these uniforms when we come back to the next commercial break. All right, y'all, hold on.
We have 6:38 to go here in the second quarter, and Jackson State on the move. As you see, Terry Sims, the head coach at Bethune Cookman University, his team out in front, 9-7. They haven't won a SWAC game yet, but this is a big SWAC game, and they're out in front. But Jackson State driving and knocking on the door. 1st and 10. Shador Sanders with a fake in the backfield, and he is caught and dropped. A big play by Tony Bowman. In the backfield, the big 6'3", 250-pound senior making a big stop.
Yeah, I was just about to say that defensive line needs to regain some of that tenacity they had earlier in the game, and they did. They got just that. A little trap pass option play, and Bowman was having none of that. Came right at him.
He did a big job, a great job for a big man, being able to stay on his feet and move with Sanders there to make the sack. So on 2nd down, they go to the run. Inside, that is J.D. Martin on the carry, and he's going to pick up a few inside, but not nearly enough for the 1st down. So it's going to bring up a big 3rd down coming up for Jackson State. 3rd and about 15.
Yeah, don't be surprised if the Tigers just go right in the end zone, right? They're in field goal range, right? So just go ahead and put it up in the end zone. Give yourself a shot to make something happen. Looks like they're calling timeout there. I don't know, player's injured.
Injured player on the field, and once again is number 44, Jamarcus Reeves. You know, he went down earlier in this game, so not quite sure what's wrong with that, and he's being helped off the field there. You know, as always, we hope he is okay and he's able to return in this ball game, but it's the 2nd time that he's been injured in the ball game.
Yeah, he's taking it, and I'll tell you, he's the most aggressive player right now on that Wildcat defense. He's got at least 5 impact plays that I can recall already. In this game, and he has been tenacious. Yeah, he's certainly a big loss on this play. On a big 3rd down, you want him in there.
He and Ontario Johnson have really led that Wildcats defense so far in this ball game. They've done a great job. So 3rd down, and still about 15 yards to go for the Tigers. Shador Sanders at quarterback, empty backfield. Runs up the middle this time. He keeps still on his feet. Sanders is in the end zone for a touchdown. Shador Sanders under pressure there, stayed in the pocket, saw the opening, and then took full advantage of it. And Jackson State has moved out in front in this ball game.
You know, I said I thought they would throw in the end zone and just go ahead and go for it, but he's giving his father a little prop there with the prime time dance in the end zone. But look at it. He sees that gap, and he's like, I can get there. Tucks it. He's running all the way. Great job.
And, of course, his nickname is Grown, as in grown man, and that was a grown man play right there by Shador Sanders.
Yeah, his father wished we would have stayed on that a little bit longer to see his dance, and so he could critique that as well.
So Glenn Misick is on for the extra point. It is good as he puts it up and in, and Jackson State out in front now for the first time in this ballgame.
I'll tell you though, I thought the Wildcat defensive line still they are playing a whale of a game right now. They're still, it's only because they penetrated and they created a gap and Sanders saw it, but man, they are still playing really, really strong. And you can tell right there, even in that special teams huddle, there's guys yelling at each other saying, let's go, let's go. They're in this game and they're playing really well. Now they just have to answer, right? You just have to answer the bell.
And you see, it's been a long, 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 long time. What happened in 1932? Let's find out. FDR wins the presidential election over Herbert Hoover. Radio City Music Hall opens in New York. Rosa Parks marries Raymond Parks, and Amelia Earhart became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. It's the last time Bethune Cookman had a winless season. All that happened. So, I mean, I agree with Coach Terry Sims.
I was wondering where you were going with that.
I think they're going to beat somebody at some point this year. I don't think when you look at that list, I mean, that's a list.
Well, and they're a good football team. Whatever their record is right now, watching them play right now, good football team.
So Bethune Cookman on the kickoff return. Jimmy Rogers spinning and finally dropped at about the 21-yard line. So that is where the Wildcats will go back on offense. And they had some success in this game, but the last couple of possessions, we saw that #1 defense from Jackson State start to kind of take control of this game.
Well, you know, when that defensive line gets humming and gets their attitude rolling and they start creating all the havoc, it's hard to have an offense that can be consistent. You may have a couple of plays that you can pop on them, but to be consistent against a relentless pressure that they provide, it's tough. But let's see what Patrick can do here.
There's another penalty on the play. You saw the mark-off right there. And we just, we mentioned it before, but we can't say enough about Dennis Thurman because like Coach Prime, he has NFL roots, played for the Bills and the Jets. He was a defensive coordinator there. And he's bringing a lot of that to this Jackson State defense. So we'll pick it up here. 1st and 10 after the penalty, and that's an incompleted pass. Shannon Patrick trying to hit number 87, Ellington, and it's a little too low on the play. But talking about Dennis Thurman, and that's one of the things that Coach Prime has done. He's got a mixture of coaches, and they have a lot of different backgrounds, but they all have a lot of football experience, and that's what's coming out on the field. So we have 5 minutes, 17 seconds to go here in the second quarter as Bethune Cookman tries to mount a drive. This is the first time they've had the ball on offense when they've been trailing in the football game, 14-9, Jackson State out in front. So this is Patrick back to pass. Under some pressure, fires it, and it's going to be a completed pass, looks like. An incomplete pass, excuse me. He was trying to hit the big tight end, Averett, and he could not make the catch.
Yeah, when in doubt, go to your biggest weapon. And that's exactly what he did. And again, I give Patrick a lot of pressure for standing up in there, but if you watch, when he throws, he has to kind of raise his foot a little bit to get it out of him.
Boy, that one was kind of on the money, though, and the big fella just couldn't hang on to that one. John Huggins on defense for the Tigers on that play, bringing up a big 3rd down and 10 now. Just shy of 5 minutes to go here in the first half. Patrick, no time. He's under big-time pressure, and he fires it deep down the field. And we do have a flag, so there may have been some contact on the play as he tried to get that ball downfield, but big-time heat on Shannon Patrick in the backfield.
And I'll tell you, Patrick's staying in there strong. Couldn't really see what happened on the play. It looks like probably holding.
State. 4th down.
Still 4th down. So I'm not sure what the call was. It was against the Tigers.
Here's another look at it. You see Patrick just putting that up there. It was a hole called on the play, but a good defensive play right there, right by number 9, Al Young. And you know, when we've talked to Coach Prime in the past, when he talks about his defensive secondary, he said those guys are interchangeable. He said it goes from week to week. We decide who's going to start. And you saw a great example there. We've seen a lot of big plays. Cameron Silman Craig made a big play. That was Al Young on that one. A lot of these guys stepping up we've seen in this secondary. So Bethune Cookman will have to punt the football away. So Jackson State will get another opportunity on offense with under 5 minutes to go. And Rucker's going to try. He's going to pick it up inside his 10, and Rucker's going to be dropped as he chased that punt down, tried to pick it up on the return, but he had nowhere to go. Good coverage by Bethune Cookman to hold him to a short game. Really good coverage there by Bethune Cookman.
Yeah, that can be dangerous for you right there. When you decide not to catch it, you almost just need to get away from it. But he was basically making sure it didn't go down at the 1 or 2 yard line. He figured, well, I'm just going to pick it up. And I already made a mistake by not grabbing it earlier. But now the Tigers had some work to do.
Yeah, they have some work to do indeed. Shadur Sanders for the first half, 9 out of 13 for 150 yards and a touchdown. He was sacked, though, 3 times, which shows you how well that Bethune Cookman defense has played to this so far in this ball game. But they're deep in their own territory now. Sanders passing out to the sideline. Has Weidman again, and Weidman almost broke another one big. The last time he caught a pass like that, he broke it for 30 yards.
Yeah, you got to be a sure tackler. Desmond Moultrie hangs on for dear life right there at the end. And was just able to get enough of him.
So Sanders and company again go inside to the run. That was the first down. And nothing doing there. Once again, we've talked about that big defensive line for the Wildcats. At the bottom of that pile, Tony Bowman again. That young man's also played an outstanding first half.
Yeah, you're right. Bowman, Ontario Johnson, and Jamarquise Reeves are really, really playing well for the Wildcat defense.
So they're coming up on 2nd and 10 after he picks up nothing that time. As the clock ticks down, 3:54 to go. Sanders on the fake. Fires near the sideline, has a man. That's a first down and more. Keith Corbin on the catch, and he high steps it up the sideline. So Corbin coming up with a big play there. A big pass from Sanders to Keith Corbin.
Yeah, this would be for the Tigers. They want this drive to be just methodical and head down. Of course, you always want big plays, but my point is they got time to drive, have a nice long drive to get a scoring drive here. That's what their goal is.
Boy, Santee Marshall, he's had some tough going here in the first half. He may have broken a couple, but they're playing some really, really good, tough run defense on that Bethune Cookman sidelines. And this is, a quick story we're going to talk more about as the broadcast go, but Santee Marshall, not only was he a walk-on, when he a walk-on on this team, but he was also the video guy for the football team. He was videotaping practice. We'll talk more about that a little later when he comes back, but that's an interesting story in itself. Second down, 10 yards to go. We're under 3 minutes in the first half. Sanders dumps it off. That is J.D. Martin with the catch, and a good tackle over there by Caleb Sutherland for that defense for the Wildcats.
You're absolutely right. It was a great tackle right there. You get an open field tackle with a guy with that kind of skill, grabbing that ball and watch. A sure tackle goes right at the hips, spins, and takes him right down. Big third down now. 2:25 left in the game in the first half.
Sanders back to pass here. 3rd and 10. Under pressure again, and they track Sanders down again. A big play that time by the Bethune Cookman Wildcats. Number 58 chasing him down. That's Jarrell Knight showing some speed in the backfield.
Yeah, he comes around that edge, and he just kept coming, and Sanders did not see him or feel him. He keeps looking downfield, and he just kept coming. Look at him. Sanders did a good job to make sure he didn't fumble that ball because he grabbed him right by that arm when he wasn't expecting it.
We've seen Jackson State a couple of times. That's going to bring up 4th down. We've seen Jackson State a few times this week, and I don't know this year, and I'm not sure I've seen any team that's been able to pressure them as much as they're getting today from the Wildcats.
Agreed.
So Bailey Rayburn on to punt it away for J-State. Gets a high end-over-end kick, and it's going to be fielded on the return, and that's going to be a big return right there. A nice job to set up the Wildcats in good field position there. Number 81 on the return, that is Justice Tuggle bringing it back for the Cats.
Yeah, you're right. That was a nifty, I don't know if nifty is the correct word for that, but that was a good return there. A couple of really good moves to really get you another 10 to 15 yards.
So they'll have some good field position with 1 minute and 16 seconds left to go here in the first half, with Jackson State out in front, 14-9 over Bethune Cookman. And so, it's been we've seen two different momentum shifts here in the first half, because Bethune moved the ball good early in the first half, but now it's been all Jackson lately. So Bethune Cookman trying to get the offense rolling again. This time they go with the run inside, and they picked up about 5 or 6 on the carry. Number 27 on the carry, that is Ladarian Wilson.
They pick up the pace here.
So 2nd down, and we do have a whistle on the field, and that happens sometimes when you try to go quickly. It's going to be against the Wildcats, and that will back them up.
It's like left tackle Nicholas Ruse.
So Ladarian Wilson coming in for his first carry of the ball game. The transfer from Maryland, a 5'10", 230-pound senior getting his first action.
That was a tough penalty right there. You had some momentum. You had some things going. You still have to cover some ground real quickly right before the half to try to get some points on the board, and you get an offside jump, and that puts you back behind the chains.
So Y.N. Myers, he's had a busy first half. He's still got 45 seconds to go. So we'll see exactly what the Wildcats do here. They have the ball resting on the 46-yard line, and they have possession. 2nd down and about 9 yards to go to keep the drive going. Exactly to try to pick up a big chunk and get another first down. So Shannon Patrick this time, he's going to throw it. has some time in the pocket, and it's intercepted over the middle. So here come the Tigers on the return. Across the 30, to the 20, down to the 15. It's Shiloh Sanders, one man to beat, and Shiloh almost takes it all the way back for the touchdown. So a huge interception by that defense, the #1 defense in the SWAC from Jackson State. Shiloh Sanders, Deion's other son, who makes a big impact in this ball game.
Electric play, absolutely fantastic read. He was watching the quarterback's eyes, just went right in there and broke on the ball. But this is the kind of play that Coach Terry Sims for the Wildcats said they just can't have happen to him. And that's exactly what it was. He just underthrew the ball. And again, Sanders just comes right underneath, grabs that ball. And then, of course, he can do something with the ball when he gets it. Great run.
That's the danger of trying to make something happen. We mentioned 45 seconds to go in a half. You're trailing 14-9. It's a gamble. It's a roll of the dice. You try to get too much, then something like this happens. Shiloh Sanders on the return, and he almost took it to the house. It was almost a Sanders house call in this one. There have been 2 Sanders scoring. So on first down, Shedeur Sanders in the back of the end zone to Weidman. It's a touchdown for the Tigers. Shedeur Sanders to Malachi Weidman, and it's a touchdown.
And you're right, that's the kind of sudden change that just is rough to go into half, realizing you were right there on the doorstep. You just gave up a quick 7. Instead of you trying to get probably 3, you're trying to really get a field goal opportunity or possibly score. Now you just turn it around and go the other way. It's a 10-point swing.
Great protection and a good pass, and you just keep seeing Weidman get better and better as the season goes on. So the Tigers will be guilty of unsportsmanlike conduct after the big celebration there. It'll be taken on the kickoff. So we will see Glenn Misick again coming out to try to add the extra point. And what you mentioned, that sudden change. What a quick change of the momentum in this ball game. So the snap is good, hold is good, and Misick drills it. And Jackson State now out in front 21-9 over Bethune Cookman after that interception by Shiloh Sanders. Takes it down deep into Bethune Cookman territory, and then Shedeur Sanders passed to Malachi Weidman for the touchdown.
I'll tell you, that's just and it's great execution on their part. They started off rough. Their offense just couldn't seem to find their rhythm until really the second quarter, and then once they got going in the second quarter, they were able to get things rolling again. Here's another look at that touchdown pass. And Sanders, you see, he knew where he was going, and Coach Sanders talked about the fact that his pre-reads before each play is absolutely spectacular because he does so much study. That's something to dance about too, girl. Look at that. Go ahead.
Having a great time. 4-yard TD pass that last drive. Again, one of those quick drives. Man, I tell you what. Don't try to copy that lady, Jorge. Just don't do it.
I'm sorry.
That last drive. One play, 4 yards, and it's a touchdown for the Jackson State Tigers.
Got the pom-poms out like the second liners too, a little bit. Some excitement going on in the stands here. You can tell the fans are like, well, that's the Tigers we came to see. I don't know what was happening earlier, but again, let's go to the Wildcats, though, right? I think they still, while the little bit of this back end kind of got away, I think they're playing some really good football. They just can't let plays, and Coach Sims talked about that. They can't let those kind of plays happen. But now they just got to buckle down, right? Their defensive line's playing really, really well. I think their offense at times, that first quarter they started finding their rhythm. They just got to re-grab that rhythm again. But I think they can go in the half and talk about some positives and then correct those negatives and see where they go in this second half.
Bailey Rayborn kicks it low, and the Wildcats touched it, so they'll just fall on it at the 35. That is where they will take over with 13 seconds to go. Coming up at the half, we're going to take a look at the Jackson State Band. That's going to be exciting. We're going to have some news and notes from around the SWAC. We're going to take a look at some standings. We got a lot of stuff going on. Of course, we'll have the highlights and some of the stats from the first half. And, boy, you just kind of summed it up in a nutshell what this first half has been. Bethune Cookman came out. They played really hard. But like you said, that's exactly what Coach Terry Sims told us. They'll be playing their hearts out, and then you'll get a play that seems to just switch the momentum. So Shannon Patrick back out for the final 13 seconds here in the first half. This time he turns and he hands it off straight ahead. And that's a big gain of about 9, pretty close to 10 yards by Ladarian Wilson, the transfer from Maryland, big number 27. And so there's going to be some good things that Coach Sims is going to like about the first half, and of course he's going to have some things to iron out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the overcoming of the bad luck on that very first drive where they went backwards, right? They could have held their heads low right then, but they responded 2 drives later and started getting things rolling. So, and then basically I think the Tigers' defensive line showed up is what happened in that second quarter.
Well, the Tigers got the wake-up call a little late. The alarm clocks didn't go off on time, and you see the Tigers and some Tiger Cubs there enjoying the action, and the offense cranked up as Shiloh Sanders with a defensive interception and takes it back deep to set up a score. We are at the half. Jackson.
All right, Jackson State is back on the board again, 21-9. Oh, Bethune Cookman. Hold on, let me turn this. I don't understand why they play their commercials so loud. Oh, my God. But anyway, yeah, the crowd looks decent. I mean, it's probably like 30K in there, I think. Probably like 30K today. Bethune Cookman doesn't really travel well because, you know, they 0-7. So, you know, their fans not really traveling like that. So it's definitely not what it was last week. Yes, it's probably about 30K, I believe. Like the home side is packed full, and then like the middle of the horseshoe is kind of like so. I have the score down at the bottom of the ticker, so I update the score at the bottom. Just look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see it scrolling. TSU will bring a healthy crowd to the vet. Alcorn would be 55K easy. Oh yeah, the Alcorn game gonna be lit. I can't wait to be at that game. I'm going to be at that game, tailgating everything. So, yeah, Jackson State is up 21-9. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all like this stream and subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time, so if this is your first time pulling up, make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel. You said Texas Southern. You think Texas Southern going to bring a healthy crowd? I don't know. Does Texas Southern bring their band? Because I know back in the day, Texas Southern used to never bring their band to Jackson. Back in the day. Prairie View either. Prairie View didn't ever bring their band, and Texas Southern barely ever brought their band back in the day when I was going to the games. So, you know, if you don't have both of the bands there, most of the crowd not gonna come to the game. So you got to have both of the bands for the crowd to really pack the game. That's why last week was packed, not just because it was homecoming, but because Alabama State fans showed up because they brought their band. So that plays a real huge role. Oh, shout out to Houston too. We got people from Houston in here. Shout out to y'all. So the score is 21-9. Let me get these stats for y'all. I'm going to get these stats for y'all real quick. Hold on. See how many yards Shadur Sanders has. He's thrown for 2 touchdowns already. Let me get his stats real quick so I can let y'all know what kind of yards he got. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna get the stats for y'all real quick. Now they're gonna play the field show. I'll let the Sonny Boom play.
Game, Jackson State out in front of Bethune Cookman, but you know what? You can't take anything away from Bethune Cookman. They started this game with a bang, actually led 9-0 before Jackson State got that wake-up call.
Yeah, and really what was interesting, their very first drive was everything you didn't want to happen. We thought, wow, these Wildcats are starting. Everything went wrong. They wound up with a 4th and 35, punted out, gave Jackson State good field position, but that defense came in. Their defensive line led by Jamarcus Reeves, Ontario Johnson, and Tony Bowman were making plays, impact plays, stopped that Tigers offense from moving. And then you're right, then the offense got clicking. when Shannon Patrick got in there, threw a touchdown, and that offense moved and they went up 9-0. But in that second quarter, it's like you mentioned during the game, the light went off a little bit, and the Tigers offense started to roll. A little bit of the run game. That offensive line got a little more dominating, and then next thing you know, they were able to get plays on the ground on the outside the tackle, and then Sanders hit some nice passes as well.
Yeah, and when you look at the stats, we're going to talk more about that a little later, but Bethune Cookman, no real big offensive stats in this ball game. It's just that their defense did a super job. We expected this to be kind of a battle of the offenses coming in, but both defenses have stepped up and really, really done a good job in the first half. And if it wasn't until right at the end of the first half where things kind of just slipped away a little bit, that interception right before half was huge.
Yeah, and again, Coach Terry Sims talked about the fact that if you look at their games, and we've seen several of their games, they play really well, but you can't allow big plays. And again, it's not just we give up the big play. We give up a big play that either is a pick six or a block punt return for a touchdown. In this case, it was an interception taken to the 3 or 4 yard line where, obviously it's in great shape for a touchdown, and the Tigers did convert. So that's quick points you're giving away, not just in a play, but you're giving away 7. And that is tough to recover from for any team.
And Jackson State today playing without head coach Deion Sanders. He's out. He had a foot surgery, again, his second one. And so he's out. And instead, it's Gary Harrell who's taken over. So they've had to make some adjustments on that sideline, too.
Yeah, sure. Well, we talked about the fact that the game plan wouldn't change a whole lot, but it would be the energy that Prime brings. I mean, flat out. I mean, that type of personality is a once-a-lifetime person. And so they lost that a little bit, but in that second quarter, they were able to find that energy.
Oh. They have, and it is an adjustment, and you're right, that energy that Prime brings is just really something that you can't replace. So now, for your listening and viewing pleasure, we're going to pause and let you check out the Sonic Boom of the South Marching Band from Jackson State University.
Mothers are and always will be the backbone of the household, the pillar in the community, and the strength of the family. As the boom smoothly struts onto the field, we are reminded of Mom as she would sashay down the runway for 2 steps on the dance floor. Please welcome the Tiger Run-On. Now the boom will start to show off with the boom entitled Mama Reduces Pain by Junior. Going to give us some local boom for Mom throughout the show.
Hey, Lawrence, can you hear me clear over the band? Because I'm going to kind of talk a little bit while the band is playing. Let me know if y'all can hear me clearly. Not bad for Shadur. His line has to do a better job protecting him. Yeah, I think they getting it together now. They starting to, they starting to know what they're working with Bethune Cookman. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna talk over the band a little bit. Yeah, so I don't think Bethune Cookman brought their band. It doesn't look like, because Jackson State usually goes second. JSU Tiger said TCU fans don't travel. Yeah, they don't. Like, so the next few games are going to be kind of dead, except the Southern and the Alcorn game. The Southern Alcorn game, they're going to be packed. But Texas Southern, Valley, well, I know I ain't going to Valley. I wouldn't go to the Valley game. I mean, a lot of people going to go to Valley game, but their stadium is kind of small. So a lot of people might not go to the Valley game. And then it's all the way down in the Delta.
SWAC policyholders have been paid $37
billion
directly. That's
now.
a lot of money.
But yeah, JSU is up 21-9. That Southern game will be a test. Yeah, I can't wait to go to the Southern game. I'm gonna be down there in New Orleans, y'all. I'm gonna be lit down there in New Orleans. Me and my boy going to New Orleans that weekend, and then we're going to be in Baton Rouge for the game. So, yeah, I'm ready to go for that Southern versus Jackson State game. Then I'm going to the Alcorn game the next week. So I'm taking a long vacation. Make sure y'all like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We're at halftime right now. I'll be playing the audio for the game once we come back from halftime. Who else we got in the house? I know we got Houston in here. We got Huntsville in here. I see y'all was talking about Shiloh. Yeah, Shiloh doing the thing. He had a big play today. He should have took it to the house though. He should have scored. Miss Ivy too says let's go Tigers. Miss Gotti says Alcorn and JSU will be lit. Yeah, Alcorn folks gonna try to pack the stadium out. They love to come to Jackson. I don't understand why they moved. I mean, I guess they wanted the games to start being in Lorman so they can get some of that revenue. But man, they should have just kept the Capital City Classic going in Jackson. Yeah, they need to make Coach Prime proud. Did y'all see the picture of his foot? Man, I know his foot hurts. You can just look at his foot and tell it hurts. So from what I've seen, they had to go inside his toe and shave his bone down a little bit. So he has one toe that's shorter than the other. But it looks painful though, so the fact that he was out there coaching and still going to practice and stuff like that just shows how serious he's taking being a coach. So I respect for Coach Prime for that. But yeah, Shadur's looking good. The defense is looking good. Lauren said them toes look rough. Oh, I said I was going to talk about these uniforms. Let me talk about these uniforms. So, y'all, I'm not feeling these. I'm not feeling these uniforms today. I actually might change the thumbnail of the video so that it can be updated with the uniform that the teams are playing in. But I think what it is the helmet that it clashes with the uniform, because you have an all black uniform on, then you have that white helmet with red and a blue stripe going through it. Nah, I don't like the uniforms. What I wanted them to do, I don't know if y'all ever been on my channel. If you go to my channel, you go to my videos, I did like a helmet concept where I made like a black helmet. That's how they should have made their helmets look. They should have had a black helmet with the JSU block logo in blue and white. and then had black jerseys with blue and white numbers, with a blue number with white outline. That's all you had to do. It's simple. It's simple. It's all you had to do. It would have been clean. Sometimes when you do too much, you make your uniform look ugly. I mean, hey, I try not to talk about other YouTubers on my channel because, they're just, I don't want people coming for me. But hey, man, I would say this: if you feel like a YouTuber is mistreating you, then don't get them your subscription. That's all I would say. If you feel like you're being mistreated, because YouTubers are nothing without y'all. We're nothing without y'all. So y'all make the YouTuber. Would clean with a different helmet. Yeah. Yeah, it would be clean with a different helmet, but the helmet just the helmet is just too much. And I think they kind of got that idea from Trinity, because if you see Coach Prime Trinity team, his Trinity team kind of had a helmet like they got on today with like a blue. It was blue at the bottom, but it was white at the top, and it looked kind of like that. So I think he brought that over to Jackson State. Nah, they don't need to do that no more. They should have just had a black helmet. I want them to have a matte black helmet. A matte black helmet with the JSU block logo in blue and white, and then a black uniform with blue and white trim. That's it. That's all you need. It's simple. You don't need too much. You don't need too much. Yeah, so we still at commercial break, y'all. Once we come back from commercial break, I will be playing the audio for the game. The game is 21-9. I do SWAC content all the time, so if you like this kind of content, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Not the white shit. Yeah, then the pink. So you just doing too much. You got the pink, you got the black, you got the white, you got the red, you got the blue. How many colors that is? It's like 5 colors. So they just doing a little bit too much today, but I'm glad JSU has new uniforms and they're looking good. I like the chrome helmets. I like the chrome helmet uniforms. I like every uniform that they have, except I just don't like the helmet on these uniforms. Their helmet would look good with another uniform, but not for black. I think they should have had black helmets on today. But the game is back on, so I'm about to play the audio again, y'all. When we come back to another commercial break, I'll be back on. All right, I'm going to play the audio now.
Jackson, also from Southern. Keith Corbin, the third from Jackson State, all named SWAC Football Players of the Week for week number 6. Let's check out the standings as they appear today. Coming in, you see Jackson State with a perfect 3-0 in the East, and then in the West, Prairie View has a perfect 4-0. Of course, we have Jackson State today. We got Prairie View coming up later tonight.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, the big dogs are out there, right? I mean, you got 3-0, 4-0, and Alcorn State, don't forget them. They're 3-0 in conference as well. And I think this is the part of the season where things start to shake out, and teams have to have that consistency to be able to keep up in those standings and try to win the conference.
Yeah, but how about some parity here, Mr. Vargas? When you look at it, look at Florida A&M right there on Jackson State's heels. On the other side, you mentioned Alcorn State. I think that's one of the beautiful things about this football season. A lot of teams still have a shot at this.
Well, and Southern, right? We've seen several games of them, and that's a powerhouse team when they get it all together, and they're sitting at 2-1, and they're in good shape as well. And you're right, there are a lot of teams that are still in the mix if they just handle their own business, and that's what this part of the season is really excited about.
Okay, let's move on now and take a look at the upcoming schedule in the SWAC presented by Pepsi Zero Sugar. As you can see, there are some big games coming up, starting with Arkansas Pine Bluff at Texas Southern. That's on October 30th. And those are two teams, the Texas Southern Tigers, playing a lot better football these days.
They're starting to get it together, right? I mean, and you want to see where they go from there, right? Can they put it together and be consistent, or was it a drop in the well, right? So can they keep it going?
Then we have Alabama State taking on Alabama A&M. Of course, that in-state rivalry in that one's always going to be a good one.
Whenever you face people you know, it always gets a little uglier, and Alabama A&M certainly wants to get their thing rolling again.
Also on the 30th, October 30th, we have Grambling going down to Florida A&M. Coach Broderick Fobbs, he actually has the G-men playing a lot better these days.
Yeah, I mean, the G-men, you know, we saw him earlier, and the G-men, it was just mistakes, right? He's cleaning up the mistakes. They're becoming more efficient. We'll see what they can do.
Okay, Coach Prime should be back as Jackson State goes down to Mississippi to take on Mississippi Valley. And then you have Alcorn at Southern also on the 30th. That should be a real shootout.
Well, it's going to be. We just showed the standings where they sit, right? So they have a lot going on. If Southern handles their business, this thing could really, really be something. And, of course, whenever you're in Baton Rouge, it's always an entertaining environment to play in, for sure. But, yeah, there could be a lot on the line of that game.
Yeah, that should be a shootout indeed. We'll talk more about that later on as we get closer to that big shootout. Well, we're going to pause for another break now. Be back with more action here at Veterans Memorial Stadium in Jackson.
Step to the rhythm like
Peloton, come on, let's get this.
I'm about to go off on ESPN with these loud commercials. But yeah, I'm back, y'all. We at commercial break right now. The game is still 21-9. You said JSU win this one. The only team left to beat is in the East is Mississippi Valley. Oh yeah, they're gonna be the beast of the East. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all like this stream and subscribe to the channel. Do SWAC videos all the time, so make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel. What's up with your hoop jargon? That's my guy, Hoop Jargon. He covers NBA content, so he covers the NBA. He does great content. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. He's a good brother. He went to Prairie View. So he's a part of the SWAC family, the HBCU family. So y'all show my boy some love and go subscribe to his channel. All right, so the game is back on, so I'm gonna play the audio now, y'all.
Ain't it? And how will they come out, right? I mean, we see in these games swings happen, just one half to another, one quarter to another. We'll see what goes on.
Kick goes deep, and the Tigers will bring it back. And he breaks a tackle, and now it's out into the open field. Down the sidelines, and Jackson State brings the kickoff all the way back. It's number 23, Isaiah Bolden, and what a return for the transfer from Florida State. He actually leads the SWAC with over 30 yards of return, and we saw a quick example of why he's so explosive and why he does lead the SWAC in kickoff returns.
My gosh, we talked about momentum. There's nothing bigger than a kickoff return. And again, look at the steps he does and creates blocks. A lot of people don't realize you help a blocker when you set up a blocker with those little steps and leans. Defenders start to lean a certain way, and you allow your blocker to be able to get an angle on him, and that creates it. Just an absolutely great job, and it's a tough backbreaker for the Wildcats.
Isaiah Bolden brings it back 94 yards for the touchdown on the opening kickoff of the second half as Jackson State just extended its lead to 28-9.
That is tough, and again, football games are about answering. How do you answer? The Wildcats obviously had a plan when they went into halftime, thinking they were down a certain amount. Now, basically, they'll get the ball back to 28-9.
Let's check out some of the stats from the first half and take a look at it as the second half started with a bang. The halftime stats brought to you by Cricket right there, and as you can see, I always always ask you this, but you know, you look at that. I mean, that's pretty good, and you can see it's actually pretty close for the first half.
Yeah, and again, it was really just two different quarters, right? First quarter, besides the first drive of the game, Bethune Cookman, the Wildcats looked pretty solid, created some opportunities. Nothing huge, but they were able to move the ball and look pretty confident. Second quarter, the defensive line for Jackson State, the Tigers just started dominating and do what they do best, which is come at you from a million different ways, and that stalled them, and that ignited their offense, because it seemed like their offense got ignited when they saw the defense get rolling.
State picked up most of that late in the second quarter. Halfway through the second quarter, that's when they started to accumulate the yardage on offense. So once again, Bailey Rayborn kicks it off, and it's going to be down in the end zone, so the Wildcats will start. First and 10 from the 25. That was Quayshawn Bird taking a knee in the end zone, and so that's not what they expected to happen to start the second half. You know, they were hoping that they could go on defense and have their defense turn in a big stop. Instead, it's going to have to be the offense for the Wildcats to get things rolling here in the second half.
And again, I mean, you can just see the Tigers have come out. Even when we were watching the kickoff getting ready to happen, you could see a lot of head bobbing, dancing, and kind of energy that they lacked in the beginning of the game. They seem to have it right now, and with that kickoff return, watch this defense come flying. How will the Wildcats handle it?
So Devin Black back in at quarterback for Bethune Cookman. He actually started the game. This time he hands off to Quayshawn Bird, and he pushes his way near the 30-yard line. So a nice pickup there.
Again, the Wildcats, their big thing right now is to settle this game back down. Settle it down. Just worry about drive, play after play.
So second down, he got 4 yards on that carry. Second down and about 6 for the Wildcats. And they go back to Quayshawn Bird, and he's going to be close to a first down as he bangs forward. And Quayshawn Bird trying to get the running attack going as you watch Gary Harrell on the sidelines. He's the interim coach for today. Coach Prime, we mentioned, is not here. He had another foot surgery this week. He's recovering. We wish him the best with that recovery, and hopefully he'll be back with his team next week. But Jackson State now not really missing a beat on the field. Yeah, that was a first down, by the way. Excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised that Black's back in.
So Devin Black had a couple of possessions in the first half. Back at quarterback, fakes it to Bird, under pressure. Black spins away from one, throws the ball up, and I don't know if you call that a forward pass and it's incomplete or it's a fumble. It looks like he just flipped the football forward, but it was loose, and it created a mad scramble for the ball. One of the offensive linemen got it.
Yeah, I think it was a fumble. I mean, flat-out fumble. I think the ball just got jarred. Yeah, he was trying to carry it. He didn't have it tucked away right. Looks like 67, big number 67, recovered the ball for him.
67. Really is done. Was really alertly getting on that one, or that would have been a disaster for the Wildcats. Second down, after all is said and done, they only lost about 2 yards on that play. So not too bad. Second down, 12 coming for the Wildcats and Devin Black.
Yeah, they'll take that loss instead of the turnover.
Black turns, gives it inside. That's Bird with some room inside and a big tackle by the Tigers. Coming away with that one is number 6. That is John Huggins. He was pretty active in the first half.
That's a big hit right there. I mean, watch, you know, you got a running back running full steam, and you can tell he's running behind his pads, running strong, and then just watch this stop. Boom. You just pick him up off the ground and just drill him. Great tackle.
So first and 10 for the Wildcats, and they go back to Bird, and this time he's hogtied and dropped. Someone had him around the neck, but they let go, and then Huggins came on to finish it off.
Yeah, team tackling, there's nothing better than team tackling. When you've got multiple guys causing havoc, that just makes it makes your defense solid, and that's exactly how the Tigers play. But the Wildcats have something going on here. I mean, I think the running game seems to be getting a little bit better. Bird's making some things happen. Now see if the play action will work and open something up.
Well, they came back, and obviously one of the goals for what Terry Sims told his team at halftime was, let's try to establish some type of running game And we see that starting to materialize here in the second half. This time, though, Black going up top. And, boy, there was a defensive back breaking on that football, and that was a dangerous pass. It looked like it was C.J. Holmes who had that one measured out, and he broke on that football, but the pass was wide. And instead, it's an incomplete pass. He was trying to hit Darryl Powell, number 7, with the play.
Yeah, that ball, that's a long way to travel, how that ball goes out there. And it is tough. It is tough to watch that ball go out there and worry about the defensive backs breaking on that ball and turning it the other way for 6.
You know, when we talked to Coach Gary Harrell this week, he said when his defense starts to get rolling, he kind of feels sorry for the opposing quarterback because there's so much heat on him. Well, but he also said they smell blood in the water, and that's what it looked like on that play. Pressure again on 3rd and 10, and the pass is incomplete because of the pressure, but we do have a flag down. And Bethune-Cookman, big Kamari Averett thought it was against the Jackson State Tigers, and it appears it will be.
I think it was holding, and really it's because this ball, watch it, it floats so much. Averett makes an adjustment, tries to come back, and he's held right there. Can't get back to the ball. He's got to get the opportunity to come back to the ball, and he wasn't. Didn't get the opportunity.
Yeah, that was 3rd and long. It was a 3rd and 10. And credit Devin Black for getting the ball up. Now, Jackson State's going to have to hurry because Bethune-Cookman is at the line of scrimmage, but they recovered. But it was a 3rd and 10. He was under so much pressure. He just unloaded the football, and a lot of times that happens. He was hit, the ball is short, and they get an interference call. So a good holding call on the play. So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Black keeps. Nice move on the outside. Still has the football, and he picks up 9 on the play. So Devin Black running the zone read keeps, and that's the right decision on that play.
Yeah, well, he did a great job was riding his running back. Watch him. He rides him in there, and they think he's got the ball. I did too. You had him commit inside, which created opportunity. Great move there, shake and bake, and then tucks it in, gets there, 9 yards on the play.
Big play. So 2nd down and about stretch close to 2 yards on the play, so maybe he picked up 8. This time it's Quayshawn Bird, and he's carrying 1 defender, and Bird will be very close to that 1st down. It appeared he got right on the line to get, and we'll see where they put it down. But Quayshawn Bird is definitely figuring into this attack here in the second half. And he's a young man that, you know, we mentioned last week he got 176 yards. He rushed for, he has 4 touchdowns on the year. But Coach Terry Sims loves him. I mean, he says pound for pound, he's the best running back that he's ever coached.
That says a lot, too. But you can see he doesn't stop, right? I mean, that's easy to say because, of course, he doesn't stop. No, he is churning, trying to get every inch till he's down, till that whistle blows.
So they spotted him a little short. They spotted his knee down. So it's going to bring up 3rd and about a yard. Black puts it up for the end zone, and his pass is broken up. But we do have a flag down near the goal line. It looked like it was Al Young on the coverage there for the Tigers. He was trying to hit number 7, Darryl Powell. There was some contact as he went for the football.
Yeah, I think what happened was the defender put his arm up on his pads and kind of held him down for a minute. When he jumped up, we'll see.
Referee Y.N. Myers on the call as we take another look.
He just heaves it up there and lets his receiver go get it. Can't really see what happened before that, but it looked like that left arm was on the shoulder pads, not allowing the receiver to kind of jump up as well.
And it was Al Young on the coverage, the guilty party from the transfer from Southeast Mississippi. And he's one of their outstanding defensive backs. They have a few of those.
And you talked earlier about Coach Prime talking about the defensive backs. And every week you have to earn your starting spot. There is no, you're my starter, that's it. You earn it. Whoever practices the best, that's who starts this week. And he feels confident in 6 or 7 defensive backs, all going in there at cornerback.
And as you can see, the Wildcats move early on the line, so that will cost them 5. It'll put them back 5 yards. And the thing about that, 2 defensive penalties on this drive gave the Wildcats 1st down, so they're knocking at the door, and that's a huge penalty right there.
Yeah, you've got to focus. We talked about it at the top of the game, and you have to focus. Keep your focus. Mental mistakes will kill a team. offsetting penalties there. There was one on defense and one on offense. Couldn't really understand what happened on defense, but they offset, so they'll just replay the down.
So no harm, no foul on the play. And I just got word from Ruben, the SID with Bethune Cookman. Thank you very much, Ruben. But Jamarcus Reeves, who's had such an outstanding first half, he said, just be aware his jersey is tearing. So as soon as it's gone, he's going to switch him to number 94. So thank you very much, Ruben. We appreciate that. So, but he's been all over the field, so I'm surprised it hadn't just been torn off his back. As you see Terry Sims over there trying to get an explanation about exactly what happened on that last call.
You know, that's one of those things. You just show them your jersey. You think there's not holding?
Yeah.
Take a look at I'm having to change jerseys for my for my defensive lineman.
So now he's going to come back with the false start on the offense. So they will back up Bethune Cookman 5 yards on the play.
Yeah, big number 77, right tackle right there. He got the early jump there.
So all that done, it's 1st and 15 to go for the Wildcats. This time he fakes to Robinson. Black rolls out to his left. Now he's going to keep it. Picks up a blocker downfield. Black still on his feet inside the 5 before he's popped out of bounds. But what a heady play by Devin Black. Moving the football upfield and doing a good job picking up the yardage.
And he's got to give credit to the receivers blocking downfield. Once he tucked, right here his receiver realized, look at him, turn around, number 7, shields the block, gave him another 6-7 yards on the play. Great job.
Boy, that was a big hit near the sideline there. And there's Jimmy Robinson on the carry this time. Robinson spinning, and he's finally going to be down at around the 3-yard line.
What a big drive by the Wildcats here. We talked about how would they answer. Just a tremendous drive. Capitalized on a couple of penalties, but they forced those penalties. So it wasn't just gimmies. I feel like they were forcing the issue and got them. Can they capitalize here with 7?
Jimmy Robinson, only 5'7", 170 pounds, but you know what? He has a lot of touchdowns. When they get near the goal line, he usually gets it done, but he won't get a chance there because we have a whistle blowing it dead, and it appears like it's another illegal procedure penalty.
Yeah, false start.
You know, we're seeing exactly what Terry Sims said has been killing his teams. He said, we'll get something going, and then we'll start getting penalties. We'll get something going, and it's a turnover that leads to a big play. And it's something he's well aware of, and it's something they're trying to work through.
And that's where, as a team, collectively, you need the team leadership, the players, have to step up and hold each other accountable. Coach can only do so much in that point.
2nd down, the big tight end, Averett, goes to the right side. The handoff inside, and to pull the helmet off, I think it's Jimmy Robinson again. Yes, Jimmy Robinson on the carry, and you could see his legs turning. He's not a very big guy, as I said before, but boy, is he strong.
He showed it right there. Boom. Watch his legs just keep turning, Takes 2 of them. Rip the helmet off and everything. With Aubrey Miller Jr. there staying with his legs turning as well. Look at him. He got underneath him, crossed the bows when you get that head on the other side, and just kept driving.
Yeah, Aubrey Miller, the transfer from Missouri, with a big stop there. So now we're looking at a crucial 3rd and goal for Bethune Cookman here. The Wildcats would love to stick it in here while they're deep. So the Quayshawn Bird takes the handoff, but he's hit in the backfield. First defender to get there was James Houston. Big number 41 for Jackson State.
We talked about him at the beginning of this game. He is a player that, look at him come off the edge, dip that shoulder. You know, they talk about defensive ends, and you know this firsthand about that flexibility, and you're able to lean. He was coming in off the lean, showing some flexibility and explosion all in the same time right there.
So now it's going to be a 22-yard field goal attempt coming up by Bethune Cookman. And it's number 32, Marcos Gamboa, on to attempt it. And the kick from Gamboa is good. So tack on 3 more for the Wildcats, as they had a very productive drive, aided by 2 defensive penalties, but they put 3 points on the board. And Jackson State out in front, 28-12. We'll be right back.
All right, they're on commercial break right now. So Jackson State defense came up strong. They held them to a field goal. I thought they was going to let them score, but they held them to a field goal. So, yeah, Jackson State defense showing up today. But they had 2 penalties during that drive that really killed them. But a field goal, I'll take a field goal. Just don't let them score. James Houston is a monster, yeah. Actually, James Houston is my favorite player on the defense. Like, I believe he's going top 3 rounds. Like, he's definitely getting drafted. Oh, yeah, he's definitely getting drafted. I think he might go top 3 rounds, I believe. I believe he's one of the main reasons why all those scouts be at the Jack State practices. They looking at him. Make sure y'all like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all pulling up. So what y'all think the final score going to be? Y'all think Jackson State going to crack 40? I think they're going to crack 40. So we're on commercial break right now. I'll play the audio once the game come back on. They're just playing commercials. Appreciate y'all pulling up. I'm thinking the score. I'm thinking 42. I'm thinking 42 is still possible. My prediction was 42 points. Ms. Goddard says 38-12. We at 28 right now. You might be right. All right, so the game is back on, so I'm going to play the audio now, y'all. I'll be back at the next commercial break.
Seconds, their longest sustained drive of the game, and it ended with a Marcos Gamboa 23-yard field goal that cut the score down to 28-12 with Jackson State out in front.
And that'll get the Tigers dancing in the stands, right? That's what.
Yeah, you know, Coach Terry Sims knew this was going to be a tough challenge to come down here, have to play Jackson State, who, by the way, is the 20th ranked team in the FCS coaches poll, which is nothing to to ignore at all. I mean, they've earned it with that defense and with the balance on offense. So he knew he was going to have a tough challenge, and he thought his team would have to play an almost perfect game to get a chance to pull off the big upset.
Well, I think what he was referring to a lot was we just can't keep beating ourselves, right? I mean, that at the end of the day, that's what it is. You can't hurt yourself, right? You're giving the other team opportunities, and you can't do that. And again, we've seen a little bit of that today that turned this game in a hurry. But we've also seen some really good Wildcat offense and defense at time. And again, their defense, I think, has played really well.
So Shedeur Sanders turns around and he hands it to J.D. Martin, who will pick up a few yards inside. For the first half, Shedeur Sanders, this is his first action in the second half because we had the opening kickoff of the half, return for a touchdown. Sanders 13 of 17 for 192 yards and 2 touchdowns. The big number on this line is he was sacked 4 times in the first half. But he got the job done. So second down now for the Tigers. Sanders fires to a man wide open. That is Malachi Weidman, who makes the catch, steps out of bounds after he picks up the first down.
Malachi Weidman's having himself a day. He's almost probably right at 100 yards, 7 catches. Just underneath there, was averaging before that catch 14.5 yards catch. So he's getting it done.
And once again, you see that big offensive line providing some good protection for Shedeur Sanders.
And Weidman just so dangerous when he gets the ball. I mean, we've seen him several times grab a smaller play and just explode it into something big.
Weidman is a transfer from Tennessee. And I mentioned earlier, he's a big receiver, 6'5", about 195. And this is J.D. Martin again. And boy, you see the reaction from that Wildcats front, number 92, Judas McKenzie Jr., one of the guys there. He's a big guy, 6'2", 290 pounds, a junior from Fort Myers, Florida. But a big stop there on J.D. Martin.
Yeah, he was not having any of it. That's what you want your D-line to be, just kind of fire plugs. They just sit down there and they don't move, right? And a lot of linebackers to move and to create plays.
So Shedeur Sanders back to pass, and that is sack number 5, as he's going to be taken down right there by number 34. That is Cameron Bell, the cornerback who came in on a blitz and did a fine job recording another sack.
What Bell did a great job of is he looked like he was in coverage the whole time, so Sanders didn't notice him at all. And right at the very end before the snap is when he came off that edge. No one picked him up, and he got there. You know, a lot of times Sanders, he does such great pre-reads. He can tell, and he can see things coming right there. It was disguised so well, he didn't see it.
Wildcats, the score is not indicative of the job they've done defensively. 3rd and 24 for Sanders over the middle. That's a catch and a first down for the Tigers. That is Corbin. Once again, he's had a big game. Keith Corbin III making another catch there, and you can move the sticks for the Tigers.
Yeah, it's his 6th catch, and again, I think that puts him right at 100 as well. Again, you got Weidman with 107, 7 catches, and I think he's got 7 catches for 107. So two receivers over 100 yards receiving.
That was 3rd and 24, and a big pass there for the first down from Shedeur Sanders to Keith Corbin, and that moves the sticks for Jackson State. And so a little confusion right there as they're going to talk about it and come to the sidelines and get that worked out.
Jackson State.
Yeah.
First.
You know, a friend of mine asked me when we were doing the last Jackson State game about the L on the jerseys, Tigers. And real quickly, that L, it's for leader. And I'll explain more about that later.
We'll talk more about that in a minute. 28-12, Jackson State out in front of Bethune Cookman.
All right, we're back at another commercial break. John says Shedeur takes too many sacks. He needs to throw the ball away. Yeah, he probably should have threw the ball away then. I don't know why he didn't. I mean, I guess he didn't want to get intentional grounding, but it seemed like he got outside the box. I mean, you know, he got outside the box, so I don't know why he didn't throw it away then. He is playing up his completion percentage. Yeah, if that's what he's doing, he don't need to be doing that. He don't need to be worried about a completion percentage. Let me update this score on a ticker. Hold on. That was a great D play. He didn't see it coming. I mean, the O-line and block. The dude really came free. So I don't know if it was a great D play or just bad O-line play. He looked back at one of the guys who sacked him. He saw him coming and still got sacked. I think he saw him coming at the last minute. And, you know, it's easy for us to talk because we're sitting and watching the game. But when you're in that pressure moment, when you're in that pressure situation, your mind isn't probably thinking to throw the ball away right at this situation. But that comes with experience. Once he gets more experience, he'll be able to, you know, just throw the ball away. Yeah, the running back probably missed the block. Yep. Weidman is playing like we wanted Shane Hooks to play before he got hurt. Yeah. He stepped up, man. So it looks like the game is back on. I'm going to play the audio. I'll come back at the next commercial break.
Welcome back, everyone. That last completion from Shedeur Sanders to Keith Corbin was actually good for 21 yards. So they're a little shot. It's about 2.5, 3 yards shy of the first down. So it's a 4th down, and that is why Jackson State took that timeout, because they're trying to decide exactly what they're going to do on 4th and 3. And Sanders back on the field, so you see the Tigers are going to go for it. They're trying to keep the drive alive and move the sticks. A lot of movement up front from the Wildcats, and here comes the flags, and they may have jumped.
I think they got Jamarcus Reeves stepping into that neutral zone.
Defense. Number 44. 5-yard penalty. Result. First down.
Back in the day, you could break dance, you could do whatever you wanted on the defensive side of the ball as long as you got back before the snap. It was all good. Nowadays, you infringe, you can't do that.
That's a big one because that gives them the first down via penalty there.
Yep.
And so they didn't even have to run a play. It was 4th down, so that was a huge mistake. First down now for Jackson State. Shedeur Sanders and the Tigers on the move. This time he's going back to pass. Here comes the pressure again. Sanders rolls to his left. He escapes the pressure. Flag goes down. Sanders still on his feet. Dives down, and he's down around the 9, but there was a flag thrown way back up near the 30-yard line, around the 25. And we'll see what the penalty flag is here. And all of the Wildcats are pointing toward Jackson State.
I think it's going to be a holding. Whenever you have a quarterback that kind of goes a direction the lineman is not expecting them to go, the defender's on him at one point, and then they take off in other directions. Their instinct is to grab them, right? And that instinct causes those holds. That's a tough one on an offensive lineman. They're trying to make sure the quarterback's taken care of.
So the Tigers were guilty of holding on the play. They'll back him up. You were talking about the L on Shedeur Sanders' jersey, on the front of his jersey.
Right, Coach Prime talked about that. He said an L is earned, right? And an L, he doesn't like captain because they're not in the Army or military. He said he respects them out of that, but a leader's a leader. And so he likes L's. And again, just so you know, that L's earned every week. If you don't do what you need to do, the L is gone. He's already taken that from certain players. And so the L is an earned L as leader for this team.
That is big-time motivation. So now we're back to a 1st and 20. The give is to Santee Marshall. He's trying to get going in the backfield, and it's just nothing happening on that play. Just a great reaction by the defense from Bethune Cookman. And you see Marshall leaving again. We never had time to get to that story as we take a look at it again, but he was a walk-on, actually was the video guy, and one day just walked up to coach at practice and said, I want to try out for the team. And I'm not sure if coach took him seriously, but they let him try out. He goes out there, and the rest is history. He's on the team. They put him on full scholarship, and here he is actually starting a football game.
That is a great story. And again, maybe you watch so much film, you really saw a lot of nuances. You know, a lot of times guys get injured, and they spend that year looking, and they learn a lot because they watch the nuances instead of being in the trenches.
2nd and 22. Shedeur Sanders going way downfield, and it's overthrown. Good double coverage there by the Wildcats.
Back to the L story real quick. I want to say Coach Prime said something like that L's not Lifetime Achievement Award. He said something to that effect. Basically, like, you get that L, it doesn't mean you have it forever. You got to earn it every time.
And, you know, that's a good point. So, because he also specified that, hey, look, it means you have to be on time for practice. You have to be on time when we're traveling. You have to do the things you need to do. He made that very clear.
Yeah, and he said he's given – these guys have 5 uniforms. They have a lot of amenities that he's brought to the table, and he says they got to earn them.
3rd and 22. Sanders fires deep again, has a man wide open, and a diving catch in the end zone. Guess who? It's Malachi Weidman again, and this guy's having a sensational game. What a throw and what a diving catch by Malachi Weidman.
You're absolutely right. Both ends handled that really well. Sanders first looking to him. Well, actually, he just stayed on him right there. I thought he looked off, but it looks like he knew exactly where he was going. Again, great pre-read, and then puts it out where only he can get it, diving for the great catch.
Weidman has that separation speed. I mean, he can get that distance that's so important for wide receiver.
Right, can you separate? In the NFL, that's what makes the big difference, right? You got receivers that run wide open in college. They get to that next level. They don't have that ability to separate. It looks like he has it. And we already saw earlier, he's got some great moves. He has 8 catches now for 146 yards. He's averaging 18.3 a catch. Him and Corbin. Corbin's averaging 18.3 a catch as well.
So the extra point attempt comes up, and this time it is good. He drilled it through there, and Jackson State again keeping the momentum going from the first half. And you see the interim coach right there, Gary Harrell, on the sidelines, getting his troop pumped up there. And if you take a look, Shedeur Sanders, 39 yards to Malachi Weidman into the end zone on a great diving catch. It's 35-12. Jackson State is out in front.
All right, y'all. We back at another commercial break. I'm updating the score real quick. Hold on. I'm updating the ticker real quick. Hold on just a second. 35-12. Shadir Sanders has 3 touchdowns and 1 rushing TD. That play right there might make it to ESPN. That was a good play. So if you're new to the channel, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time, so like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you like this kind of content. Say 6'5", 190. Oh, yeah, you're a dog, man. You're a beast. John said, I can kick better than these guys. He made the kick, though, John. Let's go Tigers. Latrice says, let's go Tigers. D.I. love. That's what I'm talking about. Boomer Miller says, I'm your #1 fan. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. John, they got 35. How you going to say it's off? They made the kick, John. What are you talking about? John, they made the kick, right? Or am I tripping? Do I have the score wrong, y'all? Did they make? John, you tripping? John, he made the kick though. It don't matter which way it faded to. He made it. All right, so the game is back on. Let me play the audio. I'll be back at the next commercial break, y'all.
39-yard TD strike from Shadur Sanders to up the lead to 35-12. Jackson State out in front with 2:59 to go here in the second half.
That's one of those layout catches. You know, when you're young, you're playing in the yard and you're trying to do all those either catch from inside the thing or diving catches. That was one of those.
So the kick is out of bounds. Let's take another look at the touchdown now if we can, because it was a beautiful strike after the kick went out of bounds there. Sanders is just so comfortable in that pocket.
Yeah, look at him. I mean, he just eyed the situation and just, I like the way he aired. He gave him room. But watch the leap right here. You can see it at the edge. He just dives out and just grabs it. Like I said, it's one of those ones you're playing in the yard, just trying to replicate and get it. He got it in the game. Great touchdown. And again, he's got 146 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns.
Well, he's a force, and he's showing that today. And I mentioned before he's a transfer from Tennessee, and basically Coach Prime spotted him in practice and saw what he was doing, and he said, hey, look, we have to get this guy in the game. Like you mentioned earlier, it's what you do in practice which will determine where you progress on this team. And he was doing such a great job in practice. He wanted to get him in the ball game, and I tell you what, he hasn't looked back since. So here comes Devin Black again in the offense for the Wildcats, and he goes to Ladarian Wilson. And boy, that defense for the Tigers responded quickly. Keontae Hampton, one of the guys there. You know, Keontae came into this game with 38 tackles, but out of those 38, 24 was solo tackles.
Yeah, and again, that's about how much he penetrates, right? I mean, he gets through. Because again, when you solo tackle on this team, that's tough because they gang tackle so much. There's more guys. There's tons of guys around the football all the time.
So second down, there's no gain on the play. 2nd and 10 for the Wildcats, and Devin Black, who actually started the game at quarterback. We've seen Shannon Patrick also. Black steps up. He's going to run with it, and he's upended right there with a nice tackle by Keontae Hampton again. Number 40 has been extremely active in this ball game today.
Another solo tackle, right? But again, that was caused by penetration. Look at all the relentless effort to get to the quarterback. Now, I thought Devin Black did a great job of getting out there, but he didn't want any part of Hampton when he got out there, that's for sure.
You know what I noticed about their defensive front, and one of the best things they do? They all stay in their lanes.
Yeah.
They all maintain their lanes, and so if a quarterback has to pull it down, he's going to have to go up the middle, and that's where you have your friends. So Black fires near the sidelines. It's a low pass, but it is caught for a short gain. So it's not going to be nearly enough for a first down. Number 14, Cameron Overton, made the catch right there. And so it's going to bring up a 3rd down. Actually, Actually, that's going to be a first down. He has enough for a first down. So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Black looking to throw again. Goes down the sidelines. He may have stepped out of bounds, the receiver, on that play. There was a little contact. The ball was uncatchable anyway, but it appeared the receiver may have stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, that's one of those things. If you go out on your own accord as a receiver, you're not allowed to come back and touch that ball. So, or you certainly, if he was forced out, you got to come back in and establish yourself.
Well, that's what's so great about the way the game is played today. If you're a wide receiver, you cannot be soft. You cannot be all finesse. You have to be tough because you have to fight away from that contact. So we're looking at 2nd and 10 for Bethune Cookman, and they go to the big back, Ladarian Wilson, and he has a short gain inside as he approaches midfield.
They're going to have at least get one more playoff before this 3rd quarter ends.
I did mention before that today is the Pink Out Day at Jackson State at Veterans Memorial Stadium today, and so that's why you see so many people decked out in pink. You see the players with the pink socks and the pink gloves, and so everybody's going through with the big Pink Out Day. Big 3rd down coming up now. 3rd and 7 for the Wildcats. Little movement, but no flag, and here comes the pressure. Black gets away from it, but he can't get away from everybody. He was forced up in, and the sack was made once he's forced inside. It looks like number 12 was blitzing again. Cameron Silman Craig, the young man from Birmingham, made the stop.
I thought that was Ontario Johnson there. No, it's on the other side, sorry. Yeah, got my numbers messed up. Look at me.
So that we can't say enough about this defense, because you go down there and you look at it. They're number 1 in scoring defense. This 4th down and 11 is what's set up here as we approach the end of the 3rd quarter. How about that? We're talking about a quick quarter. 35-12, Jackson State in front. Virtue of that pass right there.
All right, y'all. They're back at commercial break again. Score is still 35-12. Y'all talking about ESPN. Oh, my God. Hold on. Y'all talking about ESPN production. Ala Brown, Wyman, Rucker, and Davis are going to be the future of JSU with Sanders. Yeah, they got a good wide receiver room. Hulu, Disney, ESPN Plus for about 14 plus tax. Yeah, so I just went on and bought the ESPN Plus. Yeah, I just went on about the ESPN Plus. I mean, just gave him $6. But yeah, what was I about to talk about? Oh, I was about to talk about the cameras. So what I wish the production team would do is get better cameras. I could tell that they're still using older model cameras. And if you know anything about cameras, because I studied a lot of camera work and stuff like that, the new cameras that are out today, it would look a lot more different than what it looks not like now. And like when they're on the field and you see how bright the sun is on the field, like they can actually turn that down to where the colors pop a lot more on the field. And it's way easier to do with new cameras. Like, I don't want to compare, but if you ever watch like a Alabama game and you see how their day games look, it's because of the kind of cameras they have and how they do the white balance. But it still looks good though. I'm not feeling these commentators. Like, they just doing too much just side talking about just stupid stuff. I mean, John said JSU cheap. Nah, I don't think it's that. I mean, it's just that, they content with the cameras they have. They probably got, good the cameras they using are good cameras, but I could just tell that they're older models. They need to probably get a new camera. So they're using good cameras, good quality cameras, but I could just tell that the new updated cameras, man, y'all should just see what they're doing now with cameras nowadays, y'all. Like these cameras, I mean, you can literally buy a cinema camera for $6,000 now. If y'all like cameras, go look up the red Komodo. Like that camera is $6,000, and you can literally make a movie with that camera, movie quality. $6 got stolen in Paris, $0. Yeah, this is gonna be a good game, man. I think Jackson State might crack 42 points. Walmart just gave JSU 2.4 million. Oh, that's dope. That's really good. I need call them, tell them I got bundle package. Be fresh, you about to call and get your money back, man? All right, so the game is back on. About to play the game. Hold on, I'll be back, y'all.
And we pick it up here with Bethune Cookman getting set to punt the football away on 4th and 11. That will bring on Ben Lennon, the Australian. He gets this one high. And a fair catch is called for, but the kick is out near the right side, and a good coverage by Bethune Cookman. The Wildcats are down there, and they're going to down the football inside the 5. So a great kick by Lennon and good coverage by his teammates. Of course, Lennon is a transfer from Utah, excuse me.
Yeah, the Tigers tried to do a little distraction there, pretend like their ball was up more, and hope when the coverage team would go to them, but they did a good job of staying in their lanes and looking for where the ball actually landed. And again, pinned them deep. And that's exactly what we're supposed to do in the punt.
Shedeur Sanders now, we have him at 16 of 21 for 272 yards and 3 touchdowns. So, boy, he's picked up most of that second quarter on from that point. And so they've been very impressive from that point.
Again, 76% completion rate. That is just spectacular.
Taking care of the football. 1st and 10 from deep in their own territory. And there goes Santee Marshall again. We've talked about him. You know, he had a big game a couple of weeks ago, but he just hasn't really been able to get it going today. And we told you about his story, being a video guy and then getting put on full scholarship, which is something he earned and deserves.
Well, you know, Coach Prom's not going to give a scholarship unless he's all about you earn something, right? I'm going to do things for you. I'm going to bring things to this program, but with that, expectations come with it.
2nd down and 9 now for Jackson State. Shedeur Sanders from his own end zone scans the whole field, and then he comes back the opposite way with that pass. But he did a good job of like scanning the field. He was trying to hit Rucker over there, and Rucker was deep down the sideline, Trevante Rucker. But that was a situation where he had good protection, and he had time to scan the whole field.
Yeah, I think sometimes Rucker may have been, again, couldn't really get a good look at how deep he was on that sideline. But sometimes the receiver needs to come a little bit away, run the numbers more than right on the edge. That way it gives your quarterback time. Either way, they can shade the ball either way, and as a receiver, you can make that adjustment.
3rd and 9 for the Tigers. Sanders from his own end zone fires, and he has his man near the sideline, and that's going to be a 1st down for the Tigers. So how about that? Keith Corbin III haul that one in, and they will move the chains.
Great route. And again, there was some time, and there was some in between the numbers and the sidelines is where that ball was actually thrown to. And again, he leaps up. By the time it got there, he was on that sideline, so you gave him room to be able to get that ball in there.
So they come back with a run inside, and that Wildcats defensive front is right there. But, you know, what was interesting about that 3rd down pass, and it's something that the coaching staff, we've heard it from them over and over, we're going to do what we do. It doesn't matter where the ball is. This is our offense. This is what we do. So he threw 3 straight passes out of his own end zone, and that's a guy that's been sacked 5 times today. So they're going to do what they do, and they know what they can do well.
And that shows a lot of trust in your quarterback, right? To make the proper decisions, and that's why you look at his percentage, no interceptions, 3 touchdowns, and how he's playing, how he leads his team. And again, you said earlier that he's called grown for a reason. He's been a grown man since he was a lot younger, and you come in as a freshman and you automatically lead people. That doesn't just happen, right? You have to have something about you. And, you know, some people looking from the outside may say, well, that's because Coach Prom's his father. And no, it's not that. People, you know, young men especially, they can see through the junk very, very quickly, right? If you're not about your business, they see it real quickly. And when they decide to follow and lead, it's because someone's actually the leader.
So there was an illegal procedure penalty against the Tigers offense. So 2nd and 17. Sanders stepping up in the pocket, being chased, and he slides down before he is stopped. Number 12, Ontario Johnson, was in the vicinity. So was a couple of other white shirts. And as we take another look at that, I'll let you have it here.
Yeah, Shedeur right there doesn't see anything. And what I like about him, he does not take hits for no reason. He just doesn't. I mean, okay, it had gotten a yard or two more on that particular thing to get the opportunity to get hit or take a shot that could put him out. He's the leader of this team. They need him out there. They need him as their quarterback. You don't take a needless shot right there. Makes no sense, and he goes down smartly.
So 3rd down and 15. Sanders in the pocket, and he is taken down. That's another sack for Bethune-Cookman University today. Big number 92, Judas McKenzie Jr. in the backfield.
I'll tell you, 92's been playing. He's been balling. Even when he's not getting there, he's creating some opportunities for his other players. And you're right, they have done a great job on that defensive line of the Wildcats.
That's going to bring up a 4th and very long now, 4th and 23. It will also bring on Bailey Rayburn to punt it away for the Tigers.
You do have to give some credit to the defensive backs of the Wildcats as well. They created that from a time standpoint.
High snap, but Rayburn makes the catch, gets his kick away. And here come the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats on the return. It's number 81, Justice Tuggle, again on the return, and that sets them up in great field position. So we have a timeout on the field, so that means we'll take a timeout in the booth with J-State ahead, 35-12.
They're nice, buddy.
All right, we're at another commercial break. What y'all talking about in here? He won't throw the ball away. He rather take a sack than just chunk the ball. John, why you got a problem with Shedeur, man? Why you don't like Shedeur? Why you don't like Shedeur, John? Man, Shedeur is good, man. Shedeur is going to be a great quarterback for Jackson State. He's going to be one of the best quarterbacks Jackson State has ever had, honestly. Okay. You just be getting on him about his mistakes. He was a freshman, man. He gonna make freshman mistakes. You gotta give him some slack, cut him some slack. Yeah, so the game is still 35-12. I think Jackson State is gonna score again. It's gonna be probably the end score is probably gonna be 42-12. That's my prediction. So far, the running game hasn't really been on today, but the passing game has been on. Shedeur has 3 touchdowns, 1 rushing TD. Y'all keep fighting with that dude. I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to be quiet. I ain't going to say nothing. Shout out to all the SWAC channels out there. Y'all bringing the content. Make sure y'all go like and subscribe to all the people that's covering SWAC content. We need our SWAC media to be pumped. We need our SWAC media platforms to get bigger. You know, so we won't have to depend on other people to cover our stuff. So we can cover our own stuff. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all the SWAC channels that's covering SWAC content so we can get our media platform just as big as everybody else. All right, so the game's back on. I'm going to play the audio now.
They've played extremely well when you think about that some of the guys were sidelined most of the week, didn't get in that practice time. So Shannon Patrick back in at quarterback for, and pressure is coming, and Patrick goes down. So just like that, Jackson State brought the pressure on BCU. Shannon Patrick, his first possession in a while, and he goes down with a sack.
But look how quick they come through. You've got to, as a guard, you've got to block down. You've got to do a better job of giving him an opportunity. Big number 97 just comes rolling through there, Devontae Davis.
Yeah, Devontae Davis beat his man at the point of attack. He was by that guard so quickly. I mean, Patrick could feel a shadow over him at quarterback.
Well, your responsibilities on the offensive line are inside out. The inside threat's the most important to the outside. You can't let them come right in the face of the quarterback.
So now it's 2nd and 22 to go. He turned, they hand it off inside to Quayshawn Bird. And that Jackson State defense has done a pretty good job on Bird today. Keontae Hampton, again, one of the players making the stop. But the big thing that, today, if you wanted to talk about this Bethune Cookman offense, J-State has done a great job on Kamari Averett. He's caught the one pass and had the pass interference called on it. But outside of that, they can't get the ball to their big guy. And he's usually their #1 target.
Yeah, and they're covering him so well, you don't even try to go to him, right? I mean, that's the big key, right? He's normally, okay, you'll try to squeeze something in. He's covered so good that they've only gone to him a few times. I think he's only had 3 attempts, I believe.
Well, if you not stick with your first target, the pressure is so great, you're not going to have time to go to #2 and #3. So it's 3rd and 15 for Shannon Patrick in the offense, and he is hit, and it's intercepted. Patrick is hit before he released the football. It's going to be intercepted by C.J. Holmes. Holmes going down the sideline, and Holmes with a big return for J-State. I mean, the quarterback, that was Al Young, #9. Al Young, who made the INT for the defense. But again, it was the pressure on Patrick that caused the turnover.
I mean, the Wildcats quarterbacks, both of them, whether it's Black or Patrick, have been throwing off their heels a lot. And again, it's just that defensive line and that pressure that they bring. It's incredible.
Yeah, we've seen Al Young make some big plays today. He's done a great job on coverage, and now he gets the big payback by getting the interception there. But again, that's one interception you can credit to the pressure up front, because they were all in Patrick's face when he let that football go.
Yeah, it's a tough one to swallow.
So J-State will go back on offense. Shedeur Sanders has gone all the way today. We mentioned at the top he's 2nd in the SWAC in passing. This time he hands it to Marshall. Marshall with some room around the left side. A good sweep call there and great blocking up front. He's going to get 5, maybe 6 yards on that play.
That was the most room he's seen in quite some time, actually. And again, you pull your guard and tackle.
Officials timeout.
Runs through his block right there.
Yeah, the defense was coming from behind. The defense was chasing him, so he had great blocking at the point of, right at the point of ignition in the trenches. And you see right there on the sideline, the J-State coaches getting things straight with that offensive line. We'll be back in a minute. Jackson State still out front, 35-12.
All right, we had another commercial break. Score is still 35-12. Jackson State just got an interception. Holmes took it down to Bethune Cookman territory. What y'all talking about in here? Oh, y'all talking about Shedeur. I like Shedeur, but you can tell now that he is paying too much attention to his completion percentage. I hope that's not what he's doing, but it is what it is. So I'm thinking 42-12 is going to be the final score. What y'all thinking? Y'all let me know in the comments. Also, where y'all tuning in from? I like to know where y'all tuning in from. Put y'all city in the chat. We got Virginia in the house. James Houston Bulls, though, that O-lineman to get pressure. Yeah. Man, James Houston is a dog, man. We got L.A. in the house. All right, L.A. We got Memphis in the house. I love Memphis, man. I haven't been to Memphis in a minute. I got to go back to Memphis. Got H-Town in the house. Houston. Houston is hot out there. Is it still hot in Houston? I'm pretty sure it is. We got Chicago in here. We got Got LA in here. Got a couple of people from Houston in here. H-Town representing. Y'all not watching Texas Southern? Don't Texas Southern play today? Ain't they playing right now? Matter of fact, let me go look at the other scores of the other games so I can update y'all. Let me see what these scores looking like real quick. So y'all can keep y'all updated on the other games, what's going on with the other games. All right, so the game is back on. I'll update y'all with the other scores at the next commercial break.
A little rough, but again, you know, it's kind of where we started at the game. We knew that that defensive line would make some things happen, and that's exactly what happened. That turned the game. And the Wildcats, I think, have had some really good things going on. Just a few mistakes they have turned this game around.
2nd and 3. Sanders has to scramble out of the pocket. Stays back there, fires, and the pass is dropped. That's the first today. Keith Corbin's caught everything thrown his way, but that one took his eyes off it.
Well, I think it was tipped at the very last minute that may have changed that trajectory where he couldn't grab onto it. So good job by the Wildcats breaking on that ball a little bit to at least get in the way of his vision on that ball. But you're right, he's been like Spider-Man grabbing everything earlier in this game. Look at him change directions for his quarterback. Yeah, it was tipped right there at the very end.
Boy, I'm sure he'd still like to have another shot at it because it did get to his hands, but it deflected it off target. And Marshall again tries the left side, but this time not as successful as the last time. Big reactions there by number 19 to Kevin Thomas.
Yeah, look at them just shut this down. Looked like there was some room there at the beginning, and right there you can see they got outside leverage, turned him inside, and there was nowhere to go.
Good one-on-one tackle there by Thomas. So that's going to set up a 4th down, and the offense remains on the field for the Tigers from Jackson State. We have 8:17 to go here in the ball game, and they're going to go for it to keep possession and work on that clock. 4th and 5. Sanders under pressure. Sanders gets away from the pressure. Rolls out to his right. Still looking downfield. Now he's going to keep it. Sanders has the 1st down, and then he slides down to avoid a big hit from Ontario Johnson, who came up there quickly. But that was all Shedeur Sanders making that play happen.
Yep.
Official
this little
timeout.
spin move right here gets out of trouble. And then what I like, he keeps his head down, so that keeps the defensive backs and everyone honest. They have to stay on coverage. And then when he sees enough room, he goes down there. And again, he slides, avoiding contact. There's no reason for him to get hit.
You know, and he's one of those quarterbacks, you know, you can have everything falling apart around you, but he keeps his cool. When he couldn't, he was determined to throw the ball when he could not find a receivers. When he decided to run it, picks up a big 1st down, and that will allow Jackson State to run some more of that clock.
Again, I'll say the Wildcats defensive backs have really been disciplined when he breaks down to stay on their coverage, because if there's somebody open, he's going to throw it, and they've made him have to swallow the ball and take off and go, and that's not really what he wants to do, but that just shows you they're getting good responsibility there.
Okay, let's take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more in just.
Tony!
All right, we're at another commercial break. ESPN and all their commercial breaks. Yeah, what y'all talking about in here? Is Sun T better than Martin? I like Martin a lot, but I like Stunty feet. Like, he has very good feet, and he has a lot of good creativity. He's one of my favorite running backs for Jackson State right now. I mean, his story has a lot to do with that, because him being a cameraman and then coming out doing what he's doing is just incredible. So I always root for the underdog. JSU Tigers, what year did you come out of Jackson State? Oh, yeah, let me get back to these scores. So UAPB got smashed by Arkansas. And I had someone on a video that I did where I was talking about all the games this weekend. Somebody said that UAPB was going win against Arkansas. I was like, I don't know what you thinking. And so FAMU is up 10-0 on Valley. So FAMU steady hanging around in that East Division, y'all. They still hanging around. Jackson State can't create no separation, I guess, because they're going to keep winning. And I think the next few games they got on their schedule are probably easy. So FAMU has a good chance. They're still in the hunt. Well, they got Grambling. They got Southern. They got UAPB, and they got Bethune Cookman after this weekend. So they're still in the hunt. So if Jackson State drop a couple of games, they'll be first in the East. But I doubt that happens. Jackson State look like they're gonna run away with this conference and win the SWAC championship. All right, the score is at the bottom, Be Fresh. I have it on the ticker. I have it on the ticker run across the bottom. All right, so the game is back on. I'm going to play the audio now, y'all.
Now we see the Jackson State Tigers working on that clock here in the second half. As 7:52 to go, they are out in front. They lead Bethune Cookman 35-12. So Sanders on 1st and 10. And he goes down. Man, he faked it inside to Marshall. He tried to fake it to Marshall.
And Caleb Sutherland, he comes off that edge and just pile drives him there and down. Big tackle there.
It was indeed. So they're still playing hard on defense, and that's something Terry Sims told us about. He said that his team would not quit, and that's what we're seeing today, that they don't quit and they continue to play hard.
I mean, they don't, and you can see a lot of talent on there. You can see that they're coached well. They just have some mental breakdowns and some mistakes that are just hard to overcome. And I think what he pointed out, sometimes it's just one of those seasons that when you do have the mistakes, they turn into 6 right then, and that's what's hard to overcome, or certainly put the other team in scoring position easily.
Well, I still don't think you saw the stats that our producer Brian Duvall put up on the board about the last time they had a winless season. I still don't think the history is going to repeat itself this year. This is too good a football team. We've seen that. They're going to beat somebody. So Sanders here on 3rd and 9 from the pocket has a man open, and it's going to be a touchdown again to number 13, Malachi Weidman, who's had a fantastic day. Just an incredible day. An epic day.
A fantastic season.
Yes.
Let's go with that. That's what, 4th touchdown of the day for him?
Yeah, he's been just
almost
incredible.
200 yards of receiving for him. I mean, that's absolutely incredible. And again, he just got just to the inside of his defender. And Sanders put it right out where just he could get it to. Great job.
Well, those two have had a great connection today. I mean, just an absolute great connection. I mean, they've been on the same page. There's no doubt about that. So Glenn Misick will be out to attempt the extra point for Jackson State. Good snap, good hold, and Misick drills it. So the Tigers will tack on another 7. 6:25 to go in the game. Now 42-12. Tigers in front.
All right, we had another commercial break. Jackson State just scored 42-12. Did they say Weidman had 4 touchdowns? I thought he had 3. If he got 4 touchdowns, that dude been dogging today. So Malachi has 4 touchdowns, and he has over 200 yards receiving. He might be breaking a record. His numbers will be so big that he'll get an NFL look if he stays at JSU. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's going to get an NFL look anyway. He keep playing like this. He's going to get drafted if he keeps playing like this. But the thing that I'm worried about is these Power 5 schools trying to poach players like Weidman, because you know they're gonna come out after him. They're gonna come out to Weidman. They're gonna come out to Rucker. They're gonna try to come out to all our best players. So be on the lookout for these Alabamas, these Ohio States, and all this other kind of stuff. Also, Dalen Baldwin has been doing good for Michigan. If y'all want to update on him, he's been doing good. He's like the number 2 receiver on their team. He's been doing good. So sometimes changing teams can be good for you, but I think Dalen Baldwin would still been a dog if he would have stayed at Jackson State. He would have still got drafted. I don't think Dalen Baldwin would thought that Jackson State was going to get all the publicity and everything that they're getting now. I think if he knew Jackson State was going to be like getting TV time and doing all this marketing and all this social media presence that they have now, I think he probably would have stayed. But he's doing good at Michigan, so props to that young brother. All right, so the game is back on. I'm going to play the audio now.
Jackson State coming off a touchdown. They lead it 42-12. That was a 23-yard TD pass to Malachi Weidman, who hauled it in for the touchdown there. And he's just had one of those phenomenal days. The drive, 7 plays, 35 yards, and 3 minutes and 6 seconds to get it in the end zone. And there you see the prancing J-Sets. We got to see them at halftime perform with the Sonic Boom of the South marching band from Jackson State. Great entertainment as always. On the field for halftime and on the field during the ball game. So the kickoff goes deep and into the end zone. So the football will come out to the 25. So if you're Coach Terry Sims, what's your next move now?
Well, I think the thing you do is you want to build on something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last drive they moved the ball and had some success. I think you want to just try to continue on that and see where you go and hopefully, honestly, one of your quarterbacks steps up and does something special that creates where you don't have this in and out with quarterbacks. I think whenever you can settle on a quarterback, it certainly helps a team.
So Shannon Patrick comes back on the field for Bethune Cookman. Puts his man in motion. That is Ellington. Motion to the left. Patrick looking that way. Fires to the second guy. It was like a double slant. He tried to hit the second guy coming through. That was Justice Tuggle, and it didn't quite work out there.
Shiloh Sanders showing some soccer moves there. He kind of got pushed at the end of that play, which certainly didn't need the push, but he fell like a soccer player does when they're trying to draw a foul. Little theatric there. I'm sure Coach Prime is going to be laughing when he sees that.
This defense comes to play week in and week out, and they did again today. 2nd and 10. Patrick has some time this time. Floats one near the sideline. Went for his big tight end. And that's a rare one. Looked like it hit him in the chest, and he couldn't quite hang on.
Yeah, it was one of those tough ones when he's looking up in the air over the shoulder kind of catch. But you're right, it wound up landing right on his chest. He just couldn't pinpoint it. But I like the route because he gave himself plenty of room to the outside. You see how he's running outside the numbers, and so you give your quarterback a target there. And yeah, it hit right in his hands. Just could not pull it in.
Yeah, that's just tough one. Those are the type of catches he usually makes. So that makes it 3rd and 10 now for the Wildcats. We mentioned Patrick is back on at quarterback. Good snap. Has protection again, comes back to the sideline, has a man, a good play, first down for the Wildcats. That was number 14, Cameron Overton, who made the catch, but that was a really good throw. He squeezed it in right there on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a whole lot of room. I keep talking about trying to get room. He didn't have any room, but he just threw a strike right there. And good catch. And again, I want to see Averett come over across the middle. He's a big target.
Patrick again with a quick pass, this time to his big tight end, Kamari Averett, and he's escorted out of bounds after a gain of about 6. So now they're trying to get some type of movement going on offense for the Wildcats. Patrick again completing the pass underneath, and I wouldn't be surprised if Averett became more of a focal point in this game. You know, they wanted to get the ball to him every time out, just weren't able to do it today. So 2nd and short, 2nd and about 4. This time the pass is incomplete. Good defense by Jackson State. Number 28, Rondell Haney, was the defender on the play for the Tigers.
Yeah, and this is a hard part of the game when you're running offense, you're trying to move. You know you can't get that kind of points that quick, and you still got to worry the drive. That's why you just got to focus on each play. You really just can't look at the scoreboard at this point.
Yeah, there are no 30-point plays you can dial up and just kind of say, I'm going to hit this play and we're going to have 30 and be back in this. So it's going to be 3rd down and 4 as the Wildcats try to move the sticks again. Patrick this time under pressure, and he just throws it away. Some miscommunication between he and the big tight end, Kamari Averett, over there near the sideline. And the Tigers are pumped up. That's C.J. Holmes on the sideline, kind of enjoying the action so far.
When you look at the scoreboard and you're on that side of the sideline, there's a lot to be happy about, for sure.
So Shannon Patrick now will stay on the field for the 4th down play to try to continue the drive. As you see, they look over to the sideline for the play. A lot of the starters still out there for Jackson State on defense. Patrick rolls to his left, fires, and he had a man wide open, and he airmailed it. Ellison was all by himself, and he just threw it over his head.
Yeah, he read it right. It was a good play call. Just simply bad throw. Nothing else to say about that. I'm sure he'd tell you the same thing. He just did not execute. Threw it way over his head.
Well, he rolled to his left, and so that's a tougher throw for a quarterback if you're right-handed.
Oh, it is. But he had plenty of time to set his feet and throw that ball, and instead he just kind of threw it off balance. And again, I think both the Wildcat quarterbacks at times, a lot of times, have been throwing off that back foot and weird. And again, that's credit to the Tigers' immense pressure that they put on you.
So number 18 checks in at quarterback. That is Kyrie Lyles. And he gives it inside. And once again, though, that Wildcats defense still playing tough. Kyrie Lyles, the quarterback. No, it's number 18. That's him. Yes, he's a 6 foot, 215-pound senior from Madison, Wisconsin. Actually transferred in from Southern Illinois. And we got to see him in the last Jackson State game. He came in, got a couple of snaps near the end of the ball game. He's a big guy.
Yeah, so Sanders closes the book, 18 completions of 25 attempts, 72% completion rate with 4 touchdowns.
Not a bad outing at all. And, you were talking about how you have Shadur on offense as the quarterback. You have Shiloh on defense playing safety. And Coach Prime, when he's there. And one of the things a couple of weeks ago when we talked to Coach Prime, I asked him the question. I said, well, how does this affect your relationship as a dad? He said, I know how it is as a coach. And it was pretty interesting what he said, because he says, I can yell at these guys on the field. I can say whatever I want. But when we're off the field, I'm dad again. And he talked about how precious his one-on-one time was with them.
Yeah, he spends a certain amount of time with each one individually, and then he has meals with both of them together, and then he has meals with his team. And the thing that you immediately find out, for anyone who doesn't understand why he's at Jackson State and why he's done what he's doing and why he's the head coach here, he loves these players. And he said over and over again, he goes, I love them. I have individual relationships with each one of my players. And they know it, right? And he says, but I do a lot for them. As a matter of fact, they got 5 uniforms he's brought to that team, right? Because he wants them to have some excellence and some great things that they get excited about. But he says, when I give you things, a lot's expected, right? With great things you've given, a lot's expected in return. And so they know that there's the expectations.
So the handoff goes to Peyton Pickett this time. Peyton Pickett was the starter for much of the year, but he is coming out of that concussion protocol, so he missed a couple of games, but he's back getting some action late. We do have a flag down, and we'll see which way this one goes and whether or not that was a second down for the Tigers, so we'll see what the flag is.
Face mask, offense, number 22, 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
So the face mask is called against Pickett on the run. So he must have stiff-armed one of the guys.
You rarely
in the face mask.
Rarely ever see that. Now, I'm good with the call, because I think it should be called more often. You shouldn't be able to grab someone's face mask just because you're running and they can't grab yours. But you rarely ever see that called.
So that will back the Tigers up. And now we're looking at a 1st and 25. And this time it's a short gain on the run as the big quarterback keeps it this time himself. Number 18, Lyles, on the carry.
Yeah, just keep it yourself, right? I want to get in the stat book. I don't want to just hand it off.
Well,
Because they're probably not going to let him throw it.
You know, just to wrap up the Coach Prime and his son's story, the other thing he said was, you know, when you were talking about that one-on-one time, takes one to brunch, takes the other one to dinner, so they get that one-on-one time. He goes, they'll never admit it, but they like when I give them my attention.
Oh,
so, which they do. Which anybody who has a kid, you understand that. They understand when you give them your undivided attention, it means the world. And it's great that they can experience this together as a father, as two sons on the same team. It's a great experience. And then they're having success also. You throw in the fact that you're winning too, and it's the complete package.
yeah, and again, I think what's so special about this entire thing, he didn't just bring something to Jackson State. Whether everyone in the SWAC benefits from Coach Prime bringing more light to this league, to this conference, and showcasing all the talent that's out there. I mean, what's happening in the SWAC? You got great talent that's transferring in, that's beefing up the talent that's in there for each team. I think it's a win-win thing. And again, looking from the outside at first without having real conversations with him, you thought, well, maybe it's just some kind of no. It is. He does it out of love. He does it for a reason. He wants these young men to have opportunities they wouldn't normally have. He has the means to be able to do that, and he uses all the things that he has available to him to be able to bring better light and better things to this team.
We have a 4th down and 18 now for Jackson State. They will punt the football away, but you're right. It's not just his team. You know, earlier this year when Alcorn State couldn't practice because they didn't have a trainer on full-time duty, you know, he reached out, said, whatever I can do, let me know. We can try to help. So it's an idea that he wants to get. He wants to win on the football field, but he wants the whole conference to be better, and that's what it's all about. And that's the attitude he's sending over to his players as Ravens punt is short and goes out of bounds. And so far they're about to move to 6-1 on the season, which would be an incredible start. You know, when you look at what they did in the spring, and that was kind of like a feeling out process to see where we are. And you bring in a couple of transfers, and a little mixture here, a little mixture there. And they've been a work in progress, and they appear to be getting better and better every week.
Yeah, well, I mean, it takes a while to really get a good footing. You mentioned earlier about the amazing coaching staff he has with him, right? And he's not on the sidelines today, but what you do notice when he is coaching, he's the CEO, right? He is letting his coaches do his job, his offensive coordinator, defense coordinator. He's there to oversee. You see him, he's involved, engaged, but he's not over managing. He has great coaches to coach, and he's letting them do their job, and he makes players accountable for their actions.
So you see Bethune Cookman taking over the ball with 47 seconds left to go in this game. They have a new quarterback also. He's Richard Lattimore, who's seeing his first action of the day. And that's the other thing about it, too. This score might be a little one-sided, but, you know, from our visit with Terry Sims this week, his team, you know, he's got some talent there. He's got some talent. They just haven't put it all together in a game yet, but you kind of get the feeling that it's coming. It won't be that long.
Yeah, when you're trying to grow a program, it doesn't happen overnight. I don't care who you are, where you are, or what. It's creating a culture, players believing in you, and getting things rolling. That's what it's all about.
As we come down, we got the last 5 seconds. This game is coming to a close. Give me some of your thoughts on the ball game today, because if you look at the final score, for the first quarter and a half, we had ourselves quite a ball game today.
Yeah, we sure did. Again, you know, Bethune Cookman's gonna look at that tape, and they're gonna see what they've seen all season long. What Coach Sims talked about. You know, we can't let these kind of mistakes just derail us, and that's what happened. And the real takeaway too is that Jackson State is a really good football team. They're a complete football team with an excellent defense that's exceptional. They deserve to be number one, and they have an offense that has some key players, and they can make things happen. And they're getting better and better. By the end of the season, it'll be a true complete team, and special teams as well. All 3 phases.
All right, y'all. Final score is 42-12. Shadur had 4 TDs today, 1 rushing TD. So he counted for 5 TDs. This was a great game. started off rocky. They started off kind of sloppy, but they got things together. Turned out to be a good game for Jackson State. They ranked 20 in the nation right now. I'm expecting that to go up this week. I'm expecting them to go to at least the 18th spot. So this is good for Jackson State, and you know they're ranked, and they're really putting the HBCUs on the map right now as far as the polls and everything like that. I'll take some calls if any of y'all want to call in and share your thoughts on the game and what you think about the future of the SWAC and how the season is gonna play out. I'm gonna post a link real quick. Hold on just a second. And you don't have to be on camera. I just play your voice. So don't worry about being on camera. All right, so there's the link. Y'all can call in if y'all want to share your thoughts on the game. It is a lot of good high school recruits that end up at D2. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of good recruits out there, but I think Coach Prime said in an interview that, you know, the game has changed, that, you know, they're just going to be hitting up their transfer portal because they want players that's already ready-made. They don't have to train them up. They already know how to play. So that's pretty much what's going on now. But I mean, if you're a dog in your high school, you can still get to where you want to get to. But I watched the interview where Coach Prime talked about that, and he said that, you know, coaches nowadays, they want to hit up the transfer portal because those kids already have experience. More quality TV exposure will help recruiting. TV exposure depends on continuous winning. Yeah, they got to win. You got to win. Winning equals packed stadiums, TV time, more recruiting. It's like a cycle. More money for the school. Winning cures all. Once you start winning, big things start to happen. Once you start winning, you get other conferences want you to join their conference. Like, who was that just went to the Sun Belt? Oh, James Madison. James Madison got invited to the Sun Belt Conference, so they probably about to be an FBS team now. So, you know, winning cures a lot. Would I like to see Jackson State make a jump like that? The thing about it is, the FBS jump is cool and all, but when it comes to these HBCUs, it's like I don't want schools to make a jump and then nobody goes to the games. People stop going to the games. Like, that's what I don't want. I don't want people going to the games because we're playing schools that's not mixed into the culture. You know, yeah, USM, they're going to the Sun Belt too. So that's going to help recruiting. You know, because there'll be a group of 5 schools then, so that's gonna help recruiting for them. So yeah, that's a big move. So, you know, Conference USA about to be asking people to join their conference now because everybody's leaving. Make sure y'all like the channel. I see a lot of people coming in now. So make sure y'all like the stream and subscribe to the channel. I'm also gonna drop the link to the StreamYard so you can call in and share your thoughts if you want. You can call in, share your thoughts, let us know what you thought of the game, what you're looking forward to for the remainder of the season. Conference USA down to like 5 schools. They shopping for LCS schools now. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if Conference USA asked Jackson State to join. I would not be shocked because they just had a Mississippi school leave, so they still want their Mississippi market. So I would not be shocked if Conference USA asks Jackson State to join their conference. Would I like that? I'm not sure. The thing about it is, I don't want to be like Tennessee State, where they're playing these schools and nobody's going to the games. You know, But if they were playing another HBCU, the stadium would be packed. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I don't want. I don't want us to start playing these schools that none of our fan base knows about and they don't go to the games. UCF and Memphis left. I mean, they're more packed than what all these other HBCUs are doing. I'm pretty sure it was like 30K the other day. And that's playing a school like BCU where they're 0-7 and their fan base hasn't traveled. Their fan base wasn't going to come to this game. They're 0-7. Nobody come. Their fan base not going to see BCU like that. Now, if BCU was winning, they were undefeated, they would have had some people travel to the game. Now watch the Jackson State Southern game, how packed it's going to be. Watch the Jackson State versus Alcorn game. It's going to be packed. But when you go to another conference, you know, I don't, it's not a racial thing. It's just that the fan base is unfamiliar with that other team. And so they're unfamiliar. Like when you go Alcorn and Jackson State, these are rivalries that's been going down from years and years and years. You know, people, parents, grandparents went to Alcorn. So you're going to have old people coming to the game. You're going to have young people coming to the game. You're going to have a mix. But when you join somebody like Conference USA or whatever, you play a USM or whoever, it's not, it's that camaraderie is not there. It has to be built. The stadium is huge, 60K, so if it's not full, people think there wasn't a lot of people. Yeah, people have to understand that stadium holds 60,000. So even on an off day, Jackson State has more attendance than most schools in the FCS. Well, majority of the schools in the FCS, Jackson State has better attendance. They have the number one attendance in all the FCS. But even on a bad day, Jackson State outshines everybody in attendance. Yeah, the thing about moving to a FBS is you get more money. The conference makes more money. Your games are on TV more because usually those conferences already have good TV deals already. Beast Mode said FBS is more money for JSU. Yes, that's true. But how is the fan base going to be excited for the games? That's the problem. Are they going to come to the games? I'm talking about the away games too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to understand, like, so Alcorn, I'm talking about the opponents' away games when they come to Jackson State. So, like, Alcorn fan base will travel to Jackson to come to the game. But if I play a PWI that's in this other conference, who's to say their fan base is going to travel? So you're losing revenue. So they should go to the games if you love your school. Hey, I mean, in a perfect world, that would make sense, though, right? Tennessee State, they're in a perfect world, Tennessee State wouldn't be struggling to have people at the game. Eddie George just came out this week and said and complained about people not going to Tennessee State games. And then you have people in the comments on social media saying that, you know, the stadium is across town. Jackson State Stadium could be across town and people still gonna go to that game. There's no excuse. Jackson State fans show up for Jackson State. And to be honest, Jackson State games now, well, since Coach Prime is there, they've gotten better. But in recent years, it's nothing like it was when I grew up. Like when I was a toddler and I used to go to those Alcorn versus Jackson State games, that stadium was packed. I'm talking about packed. It was an event when Alcorn played Jackson State. It's gonna be like that again this year, though. Tennessee State do not win games. That's true. John says JSU will be packed if they went to FBS. It depends on the conference though, and the schools they play. It depends on the conference. I think, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion. I don't think JSU can go to a small FBS conference and really have the attendance. You know, I think attendance would be an issue because I don't think those teams would travel to Jackson for the game. It's not like, you know, like Alabama, Texas, and all these other schools, their fan base travels because, you know, they're very excited about football at those schools and they have big fan bases. But you can't go to a conference where their fan base isn't that big. ULM doesn't have a big fan base. USM versus JSU was packed. I mean, it's in Mississippi, of course. Of course it's going to be packed. It's in Mississippi. I'm dropping the link again if anybody wants to call. Smaller stadium, 20K to 30K. Expandable built in. We got almost 100 people in here. I see y'all messing with me now. Y'all was on other folks' videos watching. Now y'all want to come over here. It's all right though. I see how y'all do. It's all right. LA Tech, Western Kentucky, Middle Tennessee, Florida International, and UTEL. What's left in the Conference USA? Yeah, I'm calling y'all out. Hit the like button. JSU Stadium is too big, in my opinion. I don't think JSU Stadium is too big. I mean, come on, man. Like, did you see the game last week? They need a stadium that big. You don't make a stadium for your average. You make a stadium of the ability of what you can bring into the stadium. If JSU can have games with 60,000 fans, they need a 60,000 seat stadium or a 50,000 seat stadium. JSU is trying to get the stadium. Yeah, they getting a new stadium. I just hope Coach Prime can get a stadium. I hope he can get the best stadium that Jackson State can get, and don't let them lowball us. Because the state of Mississippi will try to lowball Jackson State and try to get them anything. They don't want Jackson State Stadium to look as good as Mississippi State or Ole Miss. Like, nah, we want the same caliber stadium they have. We want the same thing. We don't care if they in the SEC. We bring in just as many fans. We want the same kind of stadium they have, or better. Tennessee State averaged 3,000 at home game. That's bad, man. Tennessee State can do way better than that. You see they show up for our game when Jackson State plays them. I told my uncle, more money, better recruits, winning. Hold on, John says, JSU Stadium used to be packed years ago. I am told by my uncle. Oh, yeah, man. It used to be packed. I've been going to Jackson State games ever since I was a toddler. I used to travel with the football team and stay in the hotels with the football team and stuff like that because I was close to one of the coaches when I was young. Coach Burst. His name was Arthur Burst. I think he passed now, but yeah, I was close to him, and I used to travel with the football team back when he was coaching at Jackson State. So we used to travel to all the away games and stuff like that. JSU leads FCS in attendance. Yeah, that's true. The last stadium that was proposed was 30,000 seat dome. No, it was 50,000, David. It was 50,000 seats. I wouldn't be surprised if Deion still try to get that 50K dome done. I don't know if I would like a dome for Jackson State though. Even though it looks tight, it looks good. I don't know if I want it for Jackson State because of the band. I don't like the way bands sound in the dome. And having the boom play in the dome, it would take away from the sound of the band. Terry Harris says, black people always find something to complain about, but don't add anything to solving the problem. Did I say it like you said it, Terry? Coach Prime ultimate goal is to coach at a P5 school. We don't know if that's his goal though. We don't know. I mean, of course, you know, and people keep talking about Florida State. Like, what makes y'all think he want to coach at Florida State? Florida State turned him down. Don't y'all know Coach Prime? You could tell he's a prideful man. He's not about to go back to FSU when he get hot. Like, he probably gonna be like, nah, y'all didn't want me. Y'all didn't believe in me when I wasn't hot. Y'all should, because Coach Prime probably felt like I should have just gotten a job based on y'all know who I am. I'm the greatest of all time. I have football knowledge. Y'all know what my brand is. And y'all told me no. So no, I don't think Coach Prime would ever coach FSU I don't believe that. Now they a losing program. Now you want to hop on. Now y'all want to come out to Coach Prime. Now that y'all sorry and y'all sucking. I think if Coach Prime did make a jump, it's gonna be somebody like it'll be somebody like LSU or somebody. It had to be somebody that has a truckload of money that he just can't say no to. USC, somebody like that. Nobody going to Florida State, man. Florida State dead in the water. Florida State ain't what it used to be. Florida State brand isn't even what it used to be. Florida State brand is what it was because of Coach Prime. I think JSU should really move up with Deion at the helm. I just see recruiting being fired. I think recruiting is going to be fired now. Think about what Jackson State is doing. They're more popular than a lot of schools that are way bigger than them or at a bigger division than them. Name some teams at the Sun Belt. The Sun Belt Conference. You got ULM in the Sun Belt. Jackson State is way bigger than ULM as far as popularity. He gets a bonus if JSU move up. Yeah, that's true. What I would like to see done, though, I don't know if it can be done, but I would like the whole conference to move up to FBS. I would like to have a FBS HBCU conference. HBCU should have a premier conference on the FBS level. You know, I would like to see the whole SWAC conference move up to FBS. If I could see, if I could have my way, that's what I would want to be done. And I would want to add North Carolina A&T and Tennessee State and just have a big super conference. Because I'm pretty sure North Carolina A&T going to be wanting to move away from their situation in a minute. I don't know about the attendance number for North Carolina A&T. I don't know how they doing in the Big South. It will be 5 years before JSU ready to move up. Make sure y'all hit the like button, like the stream. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time, so make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel. If Dion leaves, move back down. Man, who got time to be moving up and moving back down? No, if Jackson State moves up, they're gonna stay up, no matter who the coach is. SWAC tried to move up to FBS in the 90s. I mean, this ain't the 90s though. You got social media, you got everything. This is a totally different world now. You can't compare a SWAC team in the 90s moving up. This is a totally different climate. It's a totally different climate. There's many ways to get money. There's plenty of ways HBCUs can get money nowadays. I mean, the money comes from when you go to the conference, you have a conference share. So all the revenue that a conference made, they divvy that money out to all the schools. John says you maybe can't afford it if Dion leaves before the program is rolling. No, I don't agree with that. Oh, you talking about the lower schools in the SWAC can't afford to move. Yeah, no one is going to the games in low TV view. See, this right here, this is what I'm talking about right here. Said North Carolina A&T in the Big South, Tennessee stays in Ohio Valley. No one is going to the games and low TV views. Moving up one school at a time is not always good. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why the whole conference should move up. That way, you still have your rivals. You still have your away games. You know the fan bases and everything like that. And you can just schedule some, more out-of-conference games against, the big top-tier schools or whatever. But you still keep everything the same. I kind of knew that was going to happen with North Carolina A&T, though. I knew that was going to happen. I knew it. I said, man, they going to this conference. If they not winning like that, people are not going to come to the games. They're not trying to see y'all play Monmouth, whoever Monmouth is. JSU can afford to show up. Dion would get top-ranked recruiting classes. Yeah, he's going to get top-ranked recruiting classes. He's going to get that now. His recruiting class is going to be, he's going to get the best FCS recruiting classes right now. Anyone wants to call in, you can hit the link and call in. JSU is not North Carolina A&T. No, North Carolina A&T, not JSU. How about that? How about that? How about that, John? JSU is the big dog right now on the HBCU scene in college football. Get it right. Dion is his own brand. Well, Dion is JSU brand now. JSU and Dion brand, we're married together now. A&T just start winning. I appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Make sure y'all like the stream, subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time. So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Somebody told me I was the best SWAC channel on YouTube. You know, I ain't trying to toot my own horn, but somebody told me that. And I appreciate it. That's what somebody told me. Shout out Miss Gowdy. Appreciate you pulling up. If Nugget is the best, why is he not playing consistently? Jew fam. I still say Jew. I still say Jew to this day. I have to remember that, like, when I'm talking to people sometimes, they don't know what I'm talking about. I only say Jew in a casual setting, though. No, they really need to build up, but it can't play now. Appreciate y'all pulling up. I'm probably about to get off here. North Carolina A&T just started winning, what, 3 years ago? Yeah. Y'all keep talking about these other YouTubers. I'm not gonna touch that because I don't want nobody to say I'm dissing them on my videos, so I ain't gonna touch that. Tank Face said, yeah, Jew. Does anybody know where Jew came from? I've been saying it ever since I was a little kid. I don't know where it came from. I wonder where it started from. If anybody doesn't know what Jew is, it's like, you know how in New York they say son? That's what they say in Mississippi. Well, some parts of Mississippi. They say Jew, especially in Jackson. It was a mother that told you had the best channel. Trying to make me... Mike, hold up. Why would say it was your mother that told you you had the best channel trying to make you feel good? Mike trying to roast me, man. You can't say NCA and T State don't get fans, therefore JSU may not. Deion is bigger than NCA and T State. JSU would get fans going to the game because Deion would get top recruits and T State can't. Come on now, I mean, but if Eddie George supposed to have a big brand like he got a big brand, they should be able to get recruits, right? Oh, shout out to DJ. Y'all follow DJ. He does NBA content. He also talks about SWAC football too. So y'all follow DJ channel. DJ's Raw Uncut Truth. Good brother, brings good content. Make sure y'all follow him. Terry, my guy has the best YouTube channel. Yeah, let him know. Let him know, Miss Gowdy. Let him know. Let him know, Miss Gowdy. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Said Eddie George is not Deion. We know he not. We know he not Deion. There was no one at the stadium today, though. These games, teams need consistent support. Those stands were looking empty. The away side was. The horseshoe was kind of, the middle of the horseshoe was kind of, it was so-so, but then the home side was packed. So I say it was about 30K in there today. I mean, Eddie George don't really have a personality. That's what it is. He's kind of quiet, kind of, he's not, he doesn't have a lot of charisma about him. Now if Ray Lewis came to a HBCU, he would be able to do what Deion's doing. Because Ray Lewis has the personality. He has the charisma. He has the brand. Mike West, why you hating on me, man? Quit hating on me. He's an Omega. Who's an Omega? Shout out to all the Qs out there. I'm a noob, but shout out to all the Qs out there. And shout out to all the noobs. He said Omegas have always been without charisma. That's not true. Who told you that? Like, Shaq is the Omega. He has all the charisma. I'm a mighty Sigma. I got a lot of partners that Sigma. Sigmas, Jack State Sigmas, they lit. Alpha Beta. I'm out. You say no. All right, John. See you later, man. Appreciate you pulling up. It's all good, Mike West. You know, I know it's all good. Every coach always says that the school that hires them is where they want to be until they get their offer. That's true. That's true. I mean, until he gets a better offer, you know, he could say all, you know, he has to say that he wants to stay at Jackson State. But I just believe Dion is the type of guy that if he gets an offer somewhere, he going to let it be known, like, hey, you know, this is what I'm doing. And I believe he's already made a commitment to himself that he's going to be there until Shedeur graduates. And then if somebody comes with a truckload of money after Shedeur graduates, then he probably leave. But as a Jackson State alumnus, I don't really care. I'm living in the moment. I'm riding this wave right now. You know, I ain't finna worry about, that's just like getting in a relationship and then you already thinking about breaking up. No, you need to be living in the moment. You need to live in the moment, enjoy the good times that you're having right now. And that's what I'm doing as a JSU fan and alumnus. I'm enjoying these good times. I'm not thinking about the end. Now imagine if the same thing happened in basketball, meaning a big name like Kevin Garnett, coach of the HBCU. I mean, that would be good. I would like to see Kevin Garnett do something like that. And Rasheed Wallace, what Rasheed Wallace coaching at? He coaching at a PWI, right? I know we got Penny Hardaway in Memphis. Every school is not going to let prime be prime. That's exactly true. That is the truth. Coach Prime had so much leeway at Jackson State. Jackson State just gave him the keys. He could do whatever he wants at Jackson State. Yeah, she coming to play basketball. Coach Prime's daughter. Yeah, you know, Coach Prime is really cool with Ashley Robinson, the AD. He probably just let Coach Prime do what he wants. Because he know Coach Prime is going to do the best thing for the school and the program. He know Coach Prime ain't finna do no crazy stuff. He ain't finna be like Ed Odrum, the guy from LSU, trying to knock down everything on campus. You don't want nobody like that running your program. This is why I see Coach Prime stand for a while. Yep. Like, how can you mess that up, bro? You were the coach at LSU. You the head coach at LSU, one of the best programs, the biggest programs in the nation. And you out there clowning around doing what you doing, being sloppy. When has JSU had 5 different uniforms? Man, it's been a while, man. I personally didn't like the uniform today. I like the concept they were going for, but I think they need more different helmets to go with the uniform. I think they should have had a black helmet to go with it. Black helmet with the JSU logo on it. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Don't do too much. Y'all had white, red, blue, black, pink on. It's too much. Just black uniform, black jersey, black pants, black helmet, blue and white JSU logo, blue and white JSU logo on the pants, blue and white numbers. That's it. Just keep it simple. That's clean. Keep it simple. You want to do a black uniform, that's all you got to do. Just keep it simple. See, tell Prime something. If y'all know Prime, tell Prime, hey, let SWAC Buzz design y'all next uniform. I had them boys out there right. They'll be super clean. Y'all be like, dang, boys clean. DJ daughter joining JSU women's basketball team. Okay, yeah. When has I hope HBCU basketball will be just as lit. Yeah, I mean, it's up to us HBCU content creators. We need to make it lit. So I plan to cover JSU and SWAC basketball as well. Dizzle says, agree, simple is the way to go. You don't have to do much with the uniforms. They could have put like some tiger stripes on it, but have it in all black. You know how you can make designs in a black uniform, but it still be black? They should have had tiger stripes on the uniform, but had it had it all black. That would have been clean, man. Just keep it simple. Coach Prime daughter coming fall 2022 to join JSU women's basketball team. Yeah, they're gonna be a good basketball team too. She's getting she's getting some recruits. I want to see them boys in that Columbia blue. They probably gonna get an all blue uniform. Like, not a navy blue. I want to see them like with the blue and white, like the old school blue and white. Do you think Shadil stays 4 years and enter the draft? No, he's gonna stay 3 years. He's gonna enter the draft after his junior season. Yeah, because I mean, if he keeps playing like this, there's gonna be no reason to stay for his senior season, unless he just wants to. Because I think when he comes out his junior year, he's probably gonna be top 5 in the draft anyway. Because he's gonna have all the attention on him. They have all the attention on him now. Like, why you think that he got that top 10 play on ESPN? They don't do that. They did that because he should do Sanders. You know, he should do Sanders, and he's gonna get that attention. Because he's Deion's son, yeah. Shadil could have went anywhere in the country. He could have played for anybody. His name and celebrity, he could play for any school. The NFL is gonna treat him like every other quarterback because of who his father is, and his name and his celebrity. We've never had a quarterback in the HBCU have this much publicity and celebrity before. Not since Aaron McNair. Say his daddy gonna make sure he graduates first. He can still graduate. You can still get your degree. Even when you go to the NFL, you can still get your degree. A lot of NFL players got their degree after they got drafted. You just can't, you're not going to be on campus. But he can still get that. And then, he enrolled early. So he probably going to finish early. He might finish his junior year. Because y'all know he enrolled and he started taking classes early. That's why he was at Jackson State practicing and all that kind of stuff. So he may finish college in less than 4 years. So how y'all like the game? Where y'all tuning in from? Put where y'all tuning in from. I like to shout out y'all cities. That's what I was thinking. Plus with summer school, yeah, I think he's gonna already have his degree and everything by the time he enters the draft. Dade County got Miami in here. Shout out to Miami. Got Jacktown in here. Shout out Jacktown. That's home. Got Memphis in here. Got Greensboro, North Carolina in here. Shout out Greensboro. Y'all just got LeAngelo Ball out there in the G League for Greensboro. So I'm going to be watching their G League games because I like the Ball family, so I'm going to watch them. I'm actually going to go to I'm actually going to come out there and go to a Hornets game because I like LaMelo Ball too. So I'm going to go watch him. I stay like 5 hours away, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, I appreciate y'all pulling up, man. This was fun. Like I said, I'll be streaming the next game and the Texas Southern game, and I'll be at Southern and Alcorn's game. And I'm probably gonna be video logging while I'm at the Southern and Alcorn game. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some media credentials. See if they hook your boy up with some media credentials, so I can get some field footage for the Alcorn game. So make sure y'all like, subscribe to the channel so y'all can be aware when I drop the videos or the vlog. JSU versus whoever wins PV Southern. I think PV gonna win that game. It's probably on now. Well, it doesn't come on till like 7, I think. They don't play to 7 o'clock. But yeah, I got PV winning. I don't think Southern's that good this year. You know, I think this is just their year to kind of get things together. I think Southern's going to be good after this year, though. I think they're going to get some recruits, and they're going to build their program back up. I just don't think, like, the first year losing your head coach and having a new regime, even though he worked under that old coach, it's still going to take some getting used to. Oh, wow. Valley done came back? Fam, you better not lose to Valley. They're going to get clowned. Shador has a very high football IQ for obvious reasons. That is the greatest asset along with his accuracy. That's true. Yeah, he's very smart. He's one of the smartest quarterbacks, like, as a freshman I've seen. As a freshman, because he doesn't make that many mistakes. Like, sometimes he takes sacks, but he's very smart. He's impressed me a lot with his mind. The vet gonna be lit when JSU hosts the ship. Let's hope they let them host the ship and not try to have it in Birmingham. But I think they're gonna have it in Jackson though. Oh, but you know what? It's not a neutral site in SWAC. They have it at the home field of the winter. It's rough playing in Valley, bro. All the mosquitoes out there. The mosquitoes out there at Valley, they big as cats, man. We got Trent, New Jersey in here. Grew up CIAA, but now drinking JSU Kool-Aid. All right, everybody welcome Hop on the bandwagon. Hop on the bandwagon. We need more people watching. We need more people watching, getting this HBCU content out there, building up the popularity so we can get our boys in the NFL, man. That's what I want to see. I want to see players from Jackson State going to the NFL. I want to see a player on draft night holding the NFL jersey up and them saying this player from Jackson State, showing Jackson State highlights. That's what I want to see. I want to see that on the first night of draft night. I want to see that round one. Be fresh. Release the Kraken. But yeah, man, if the SWAC championship is at the vet, I'm getting a ticket. I'm going to that game. I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna miss that. I'm not gonna miss the SWAC championship this year. So what y'all think the score is gonna be for the Prairie View versus Southern game? Dion brought me to JSU and HBCU football. I want all the HBCUs to win. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we all want. The mosquitoes be killing. Next thing you know, game close. Man, I always tell this story. I went out to Valley one time when I was in Upward Bound, and I never forget, they had like a Subway in that Union or something. And I was in the Subway, and I was getting towed up by mosquitoes in their Subway. I mean, the mosquito problem down there in the Delta is crazy, y'all. It is crazy. I said, I ain't never coming to the Delta again. They can forget it. But if Valley beats FAMU, that's going to be really big, y'all. How people think Quincy was better than Shadua, really, though. People were just talking, man. People were just talking. There's no way Quincy was better than Shadua. There's no way. There's no way. They were just talking. But anyway, y'all, I'm going to get off here. I'm going to drop the link one more time. If any one of y'all want to call, y'all can call. And let us know what you thought of the game. Hold on. I'm going to drop the link real quick. If you want to call in, you can call in. Let us know what you thought of the game. Comments on the conference, what you think was going to happen as we go forward in the SWAC. Who you think is going to be in the SWAC championship. Whatever you want to talk about. Quincy better than Shadua. AP, you smoking. You smoking, AP. If he was better than Shadua, he wouldn't have got his job took. If he was better than Shadua. Now, don't get it twisted. Quincy is a very good quarterback. Don't get it twisted, but he's not on Shadua's level. He's not. If he was on Shadua's level, he would have won that game against Alabama A&M. He's just not on Shadua's level, man. I think your name is Ceciline. I'm going to holler at you. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. No, I am laughing at the people saying Quincy is better. Oh, okay. If Casey was at Southern, that'd be all right. I think Casey at Southern that would have been nice. That's where I probably would have tried to go to if I was Quincy. I actually thought he was going to try to go to Southern because The other guy, he's pretty much just a runner. He doesn't have the arm talent Casey has. I thought he would have went there or Grambling. Because Grambling was in need of a quarterback too, because Hickbottom had left. Quincy can play Saints. He ain't better than Sanders, bruh, for one Sanders leadership. Yeah. The thing about Sanders, he doesn't get rattled. Because when, like, what they showed me today, they went down 9-0. Most quarterbacks would have wilted under that pressure. What did Shedeur do? Oh, it ain't nothing. We about to go down here and drop 42 on y'all boys. That's what he did. Not too many quarterbacks would have did that. And that's a freshman. A freshman, y'all. Southern has an O-line, yeah. If your child needs to be insect collect, just hold on. I'm trying to read what you wrote. If your child needs an insect collect, just drive anywhere in the Delta at night and you will have every bug known to man. Oh yeah, them bugs out in the Delta, they're crazy, man. But Delta is actually a beautiful place. Like when you just drive out there, like the scenery is really beautiful. If you like that old country scenery, it is beautiful out there. Does Wideman look scary and he only a freshman? Oh yeah, that boy's a dog, man. That looks like a future NFL NFL receiver to me. That guy has a lot of talent. Yeah. Make sure y'all hit the like button, man. I appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. I do SWAC videos all the time. This is primarily a SWAC channel. I talk about JSU a lot, but I do talk about the other schools in the SWAC. So make sure y'all like the channel and subscribe to the channel. Who you got, Southern or PV? I got PV. I think Prairie View is going to take that game today. So, yeah, I got Prairie View. Pass, man, he's big, and then he can throw it. Like, he's pretty good, man. I like what they got going on at Prairie View. I need to order me some wings or something. I'm hungry now. Shoot. Coach might be cool with the win, but I'm telling you, 6 or 7 sacks, he is not happy about that at all. Yeah, that's true. They need to fix that. Darren Jennings, yeah, wrong. We haven't seen him yet, dude. Talented. Yeah, PV is very balanced. Delta mosquitoes attack like wasps. JSU Tigers still talking about them Delta mosquitoes. Them mosquitoes ain't nothing to play with out there, man. Coach might cool. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on the phone with them right now. He probably FaceTiming them in the locker room right now, telling them about them sacks. But 42-12, he can't really complain about that because that's a good score. That's gonna keep them in the polls with the rankings. I see them going up to probably 18. They're probably gonna move up from 20. But just seeing that ranking beside Jackson State name, that's dope. Quincy has a better arm and more athletic, but Sanders just has more upside along with leadership ability. As far as arm, what do you mean? Like, when you say he has a better arm, what do you mean by that? Because I would say Shedeur is more accurate than Quincy. Quincy can throw the ball farther That doesn't mean that you have a better arm just because you can throw it farther than me. If I'm more accurate than you, I have the better arm. So we talking about just, power is in throwing the ball long. Yeah, Quincy can throw the ball. He can throw the ball long. Quincy will get. Yeah. Shadur is way more accurate. Look at his completion percentage. Shadur is the best QB we've had since Casey and Jimmy. Yep. Yeah, I was at Jack State when Casey was there. Terry out. I'm from Greenville, Mississippi. Them little mosquitoes be killing it. Be 1,001. Man, these people think I just be playing when I be talking about the mosquitoes, man. The mosquitoes down there are a beast. Jay Cutler had a better arm, but both Rodgers, Manning, and Brady all were better QBs. Yeah, it's all about your accuracy. It doesn't matter that you know what makes Mahomes so deadly is because he can throw it long and he's accurate. We've had a lot of guys that could throw the ball, but they're not accurate. E.J. Manuel was somebody that can throw long, but he wasn't accurate. That's why he couldn't last in the league. He had a cannon. What's the score with Valley? Let me I'm gonna pull up this score. Is it still 17-14? I need Valley to win, man, so I can clown on FAMU. They down a touchdown. It should be closer. How many minutes left in the game? Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all pulling up. I'm trying to pull up the score now. Oh, 12 minutes to go. Oh, this is going to be a good game. Fourth quarter just started. Y'all want me to, hold on. I could play the audio. Is it on ESPN Plus? Man, I need to get off here, man. I've been on here 4 hours. Hold on, hold up. I'm finna do something real quick. We gonna watch it. We gonna listen to the audio. Let me see. Y'all got me on here. I need to be getting off of here. Y'all still got me on here talking. Let me see. Valley versus FAMU. Let's see. I'm gonna play the audio, y'all. Y'all got me on here, man. I'm gonna play the audio though. Hold on. Man, I ain't trying to get my channel taken down, man. I'm not showing these games. I'm not playing with these folk. I'm not playing with them, man, because I just seen people channels get taken down, man. So it's not what I want to do. Hold on just a second though. I'm gonna share the audio. You can put it up the disclaimer. Hold on just a second. I'm about to play the audio.
4th and 5 from the 47-yard line. Clayton is standing back. Son is out now here in Edavina.
You can put up the disclaimer.
Clayton standing back at his 10-yard line. Ball snap back. No pressure. Kick is up. And he's going to call for the fair catch at the 12-yard line. Going to squat to make the catch.
Y'all can hear it.
At the 12 or 13-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 15-yard line. First and 10 for Valley State. Trailing the Rattlers, Joshua, by a score of 24-21 with 10:44 to play, with an opportunity here to take a lead on FAMU.
That's it.
FAMU riding a 3-game win streak. Valley was trying to get to the 3-game win streak last week. Had that one snap, and now they're trying to get back into the win column here at home at Rice Tarleton Stadium. Back here again next week against Jackson State. 3 p.m. kick. Ball is on the right hash. Easton, the quarterback, has Williams to the football game. 1 receiver left and 2 right. Motion from left to right. Goes to Williams. Williams going to be hit down. Going to lose 5 yards on the play. Try to get to the outside.
Fam, you ain't got the best
Josh, they're tough covering that outside.
Yes, they are. Yep, they don't.
Look like Fam, you about to score.
Their defense line is strong.
Ozzie land on the hit. A loss of 3. Second or 4. Loss of 3. Second and 13. Ball is back at the 12-yard line. 24-21. FAMU leading. Valley with the football going from my right to the left. My left to the right. Here's the pitch across the middle. Catch is made, but so is the tackle. Robinson let down on the catch. And over to bring him down on the play.
Oh, yeah, so Valley got a good opportunity to come back, y'all.
3rd and 8 for Valley. 3rd and 8 for Valley from just like about the 17-yard line. Possession play here for the Delta Devils. They go with a 3 receiver set back on the right side this time of Eason. Looking downfield, throws it downfield. Ooh. And the catch is made by Rankin. Ooh. Rankin at the 30, 25, 20, fights down to the 16-yard line.
Yes.
Nice catch by Rankin downfield in the red zone. Before he's finally hauled down, he tried to tear away that time from
Valley might beat these boys today.
Jenkins, the safety in Valley State, is at the 16-yard line of FAMU.
I'm streaming this from YouTube.
24-21 score, 9:23 to play.
I'm sharing the stream on there.
Josh, that was absolutely nice catch. Nice pass too. Give credit to Easton for in the pocket under pressure.
Right.
And got that pass off perfectly.
Put it right there on time.
Rankin in stride. And Valley State, first and 10. Here's Caleb Johnson, 2 hands on the football into the pile, maybe 2 yards. Across the 15 down to about the 13-yard line.
Be on here watching another game.
Got to hold that football.
I've been on here
yes,
4
indeed.
hours.
8:54 to play. 24-21 score. FAMU leading Valley State in the 4th quarter. Eason, Caleb Johnson on the left. Rankin was clear out wide to the left. Robinson out there too. Right side, Malik Myers matched up tightly there on the near side by Cox. Eason blocks the count, takes the snap to Caleb Johnson. No, Eason keeps it. Oh. Eason fights down inside the 10 to about the 9. Put that football into the gut of Caleb Johnson. Pulled it back and took off and moved down to the 9-yard line. Second down and looks like about 3 or 4 yards to go.
MVSU Sports YouTube
All right,
channel.
3rd and 3. Ball is at the 9-yard line.
So you just open up another window, go to that channel, you can chat here.
9-yard line. Ball is at the 13-yard line, 14-yard line, 14-yard line. Valley needs to get to the 11-yard line. Ball is on the left hash. Options here. Malik Myers wide right, 2 receivers wide left on the short side of the field. Here's Eason, back to the pass. Eason looking. Eason wants to run it. Eason throws it, and it is caught Is it caught?
Yeah.
Touchdown, Malik
Valley.
Myers. Malik Myers with the touchdown. And that's going to put Valley State on top. $13-yard touchdown reception with 7:25 to play. And the fourth quarter. PAT's up. It's good. And Valley State is taking their first lead over FAMU by 4. 28-24 with 7:21 to play in the ballgame. We'll break and we'll come back. This is Valley State football on G Wood Live. 28-24.
727 or.
All right, so y'all, Valley is up 28-24 on FAMU. Look like they probably can win this game. Oh, so in Inherit, you're saying that fair use. I know about all this stuff in here. I know what you're talking about, but what I'm saying is when you're doing a live stream, they can claim your content. They can use the YouTube algorithm system to claim your content. You can put in your comments that it's owned by somebody else and disclaimer and all that kind of stuff. That don't matter. I'm telling you, they would stop the monetization on the video though. That's what I'm saying. I've had it happen to me before, man. I know. Yeah, it might not get you a strike, but you doing all this streaming for nothing at that point. Yeah, I'm monetized, of course. I don't ask for donations or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? All I ask is for people just to like, subscribe to the channel, watch the content. You know what I'm saying? I don't ask for donations or nothing like that because, I don't need that kind of stuff. That's all I ask. Just like, subscribe to the channel, watch the videos. That's it. All right, the game back on. Play the audio.
Ball is on the left hash. 7:18 to play in the fourth quarter. McKay in the shotgun puts the receiver in motion from right to left, takes it, hands it off, and over the right side. It is a foot race in Valley's territory. Cuts back to the inside, stays on his feet. Finally brought down at the 19-yard line. Big run that time by Sharif. Nope. That was Bunny.
Yeah, Valley don't want to win this game.
Right, just like that in the red zone. First and 10 from the 19-yard line. McKay pump fakes going to the end zone. And it's incomplete. Boy, he had his man wide open over on the far side. He just missed it.
Yeah.
Chris Sanders could have walked into the end zone with that one. Shaking the player on the football
Defense about to get a game away.
The Rattlers. With his head in his hands on the ground or holding his stomach or something. Now, I think there's a center for FAMU. Jalen Spady, 6'3", 315-pound redshirt senior from El Paso, Texas, Glendale College. He's on his knees. He's going to
He got bit by a mosquito, y'all.
get some attention here from the medical staff. Got to stay right back here again.
I hope he's all right,
next
though.
week.
Being injured is not fun,
Biggest
y'all.
rivalry in football, that is Jackson State.
It is not fun.
FAMU's a long ways away from here.
Long way.
Jasper, look across the way. Some fans, see a lot of orange and black
Right.
in the stands. They had a long ride
Yeah, they did.
to get here, just to go to show the support they have for their football team.
Right.
And they're seeing a good football game today. And Jalen Spady will get off
Valley needs to hold him
his
to a
knees,
field
wearing
goal.
two braces here. He'll get some help to the sideline. 6:39 to play. FAMU leading, Valley State leading, which is so much. Valley State leading FAMU 28-24 with 6:39 to play in the football game. They have the football, second down and 10 from Valley's 19.
I always like Valley uniforms, though.
Right
That green is
two
tough.
receivers left and one on the right side. From the center receiver to the outside of the formation. 3 receivers split wide left wide side. Passes in, looking, hands, no throws it, and touchdown.
Damn.
Boy, nice play that time.
All right, so fam, you just scored, y'all.
Trying to get that number.
Valley don't want to win this game.
10.
Is that 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Ray Sharon. Should have known.
Valley don't want to win this, man.
With the score. Let's snatch the lead right back from Valley State up by 2. Now big PAT coming up for Martinez. It's 6.5 to play. Trying to go back up by 3. Outstretched arm. Ball back down, kick is up, and it is good. Rattlers leading Mississippi Valley State by a score of 31-28. Fourth quarter action.
Choking just
6:32 to play. And
they doing the same thing Alabama A&M did.
Join the V Club today and support the Delta.
Yeah, they doing the same thing Alabama A&M did last weekend. So if they don't score this time, y'all, we're going to see what Valley going to do on this next possession. If they don't score, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because I already know they're going to lose. But we're going to see what they do this next possession. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Make sure y'all like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Yeah, I always like Valley colors. That green is tough. They just, they just never been known like that. So a lot of people didn't really watch Valley like that. All right, so the game's back on. Play the game now.
Here's the kick coming down. I think Johnson going to take it at the 4. Steps back to the 3, up to the 10, 15. And fights across the 25. Wrestled down at the 25-yard line. And that's about
who the A&T lose to?
On their tackle for the Rattlers of FAMU was Tevin Griffey on the stop. And they'll give Valley State progress up to the 26-yard line. First and 10 from the 26. 38, 31, 28, 6, 23.
Lawrence, who A&T lose to?
Around offensive coordinator getting that final instruction, and that is Keaton Evans.
Oh, Hampton. Oh, okay.
Sure of the
so hold up.
Coach and quarterback coach.
So you go.
Something to say also.
You go to a bigger conference, then you lose to Hampton.
Coach Jack knows something about winning football games.
Oh yes, indeed.
But Hampton is in the
know
Big
about
South
that
too.
now.
First and 10 from the 26. Here's Eason. Eason stands in for a side. Can't make a play. FAMU right there. We'll get a 1-yard pickup on the play. Malik Myers was put out there to make a play. And FAMU, though,
NCAA
they were right there to cover him up.
A few weeks. Yeah, they do. Man, they lost 30-9. Woo.
Malik Myers was
blew
coming
out.
on the near side of information. Myers at 8 and 9. Second down and 9 to go. 3 receivers set. Looking, throws it way downfield, trying to find Rankins. Rankins makes the catch at the 25-yard line.
Got it.
Joshua Rankin answered it again. Last time he was Rankin with that long catch on the first side to get Valley State in this position. And here it is Rankin again from Eason. Same pause by Eason, same pause by Rankins to watch the ball right into his hands.
Yeah. Outstanding kick.
Valley doing good, y'all.
And the
trying to win.
FAMU Rattlers, they want to talk about it. Eastern is seeing something deep here, John.
Yes, indeed.
Going to score too fast.
Rattlers leading Valley State by a score of
Yeah, they might wanna
31
hold
to
on.
28. A 3-point ball game, but Valley State right now is 5 yards away from the red zone. And Joshua, it looks as if Valley State offense has arrived.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give you some scores from around the SWAC. We have a 3-point
Ms.
ball
Gotti, you said Valley could have won.
with 5:40
They
to
not
play.
win. Are you ahead of
Yeah,
us,
the
Ms.
score here,
Gotti?
Arkansas Razorback beat Pine Bluff today, 45 to 3. Jackson State over Bethune Cookman, 42 to 12. Coming up later is Prairie
Yes,
View
you better watch
at
out
Southern
next
and
week at
Alcorn
Valley, yeah.
at Texas Southern.
Better not take Valley lightly, man. Valley is a good team.
5:40 to
They
play.
just
Valley
can't
State
win.
football first down and 10 from the Rattlers of FAMU 25-yard line. 2 receivers left and 1 right. Here's the snap. Going to Caleb Johnson. Johnson fights through. He gets down to the 20-yard line of pick up
Prime
the 5
better
yards
get
on the
that
play
next
before he was
week.
met
Hey,
and
and
stopped
BS
on the
and
tackle
that's 2
was
weeks.
Gento Hunt.
That's true.
Defensive lineman, 5'10", 5'11", 290. A red straight freshman from High Springs, Florida, Gainesville High School. 2nd down and 5 for Valley from the 20-yard line of FAMU. To Caleb Johnson again. Johnson fights back inside. Johnson got
I
close
like
to the
Valley
first down.
running back,
Gave
man.
him 4 progress. Close to the first
I
down
like that
marker.
running back. He
Not
got some
quite
nice
though.
moves.
It's going to be a 3rd down and inches to go.
Yeah.
And Josh, the one thing you like about Caleb Johnson, he's strong, powerful, and he holds on to the football.
Right. He don't fumble the ball.
See if he continues to do that right here. A 3rd down and short for Valley State. We call it 3rd and 1 from the 16-yard line of FAMU. FAMU leading Valley State 31-28, 4:41 to play in the 4th quarter here at Rice Tartan Stadium on the campus of Valley State. He's
gotta come
Easton,
down
2
and catch
receivers
the
left,
game, man.
goes to Caleb Johnson, and he's going to be short.
What you
Didn't
do,
get
make
any
it a
gain on the
Memphis
play. Might have lost
trip
some
or
inches
New
on
Orleans.
that.
trip.
Joshua?
He lost half a yard.
Here you go here. 4th
Just
and
drive
1.
Jackson for the game.
And
spend
offense
the rest of
stand
your
out
time
there.
at,
Coach
you
might
know,
want to
Memphis
talk
or New
about it.
Orleans.
Are they going to go for it?
They hadn't decided yet. They're still talking.
Play clock is ticking down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, they finna kick it. I thought that's what they were going to do.
Yeah. Going to try to tie
Granddad
it.
is just
Yeah,
on here
ball game up,
commentating
You
this
want to
game.
tie the game up. See, you don't want to be like last week.
Boy, he sound just like my granddad.
A 32-yard field goal attempt. Kicking from left to right.
Yeah.
Play clock's about to run out, John.
They called timeout just in time.
They called the timeout for that. Valley State trying to tie the football game up in the final 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Don't forget, Trick or Treat, Sunday, October 31st, from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock p.m. Mr. Robert Collins, supervisor of District 5, and Mr. Ulysses Kelly will sponsor a trick or treat at East Park. Bring your kids and their Halloween costumes. Big kick, Josh.
Yes, indeed. Valley left with 1 timeout. Florida A&M left with 2 timeouts.
They need to go ahead and kick this ball.
They're going to put 3, I believe they said 3:42 back on the clock.
It did say 3:40. Still at 3:38.
Ball is resting just outside the 16-yard line. So FAMU did stop the touchdown for about, or the first down.
It's only at 3:42.
3:42 left to play. FAMU up by 3, 31-28, 3:42 left in the ball game. And Valley State is going to try to tie this ball game up with 3:42 left.
They need to go ahead and kick this.
Now, the offense coming back out.
Whoa, Josh.
Oh, they going
Yeah,
for
the
it.
offense coming back out.
Offense coming back out.
Yeah.
Easton Caleb Johnson on the left side.
It's like Florida A&M already stayed with their defense.
Big call here.
Yes, indeed.
Sonny Boy,
Easton in the shotgun.
you must have already seen him play.
Looks to the sideline. Box to count. Takes the snap.
Oh,
And
dude,
Caleb Johnson going to slip down
wow.
as he tried to cut to the outside. And fam, you would take over on downs here.
Oh, man. All right, Valley and lost.
So,
yeah, that's it. That's all she wrote, y'all. So Valley probably going to lose this game. But, yeah, I appreciate y'all pulling up to the live stream. Make sure y'all like the stream. Also, subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Yeah, look like Valley going to lose this one. So we don't get the clown FAMU this week, y'all. Yeah, that was a bad play call. They should have ran it to the right side. But yeah, Valley gonna win this one. But yeah, I appreciate y'all pulling up. Like I said, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe. I do SWAC videos all the time, so if you like this kind of content, subscribe and like the stream. Anyway, y'all have a good night. I think it's another SWAC game coming on. PV versus Southern. I'm not going to stream that one. I'm going to watch it, though. But I appreciate y'all pulling up. But, all right, I'm going to catch y'all next time. Next video, I'll be doing my post-game video. I'll probably drop it either tomorrow or I might drop it Monday. Not sure yet. But be on the lookout for that. Make sure y'all hit the notification bell so y'all know when the next video drop. But anyway, thank y'all for pulling up. I'll see y'all next time. All right, I'm going to holler.